guys brought your happy penises today. Watch my lipstick be smudged. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, by the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. Guys, it's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. Guys, calm down. My man's just stepped in the fire. That is so funny. See you later, alligator. Dummy. Incroyable. Wait, you too? Oh, this is good. This is a good strat. Oh my god. This is a really good strat. God, there's like so many of you. No, go back on fire again. It was funny. Oh my god. They'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll walk it off. Oh my Lanta. That was so funny how they all just ran into the fire. Hannah! Oh my god. Are you fucking shitting my dick right now? I was literally just saying. Fuck! I don't deserve this, man! I don't fucking deserve this, man! What the fuck? I thought this was gonna be blood points! I thought that was gonna be blood points! I'm like shaking. Go turn on the light in the hallway. Happy Monday, my dudes. I really hope I'm not muted, because I was testing my Gunner audio before this, and I had to restart my PC again. I updated drivers, so hopefully... Muted! So hopefully we're okay. I am not on the Gunner audio right now, but I want to say hello to everybody, and then I'm going to have you guys test it for me, because I want you guys to tell me if you guys can hear me or not. I did some testing recording before this, like just tested audio, and it showed up on the recording, so I can only assume that's going to be okay, but we'll see. Who is first? Dango's first. Cute as a button. Not first. English. Mwah. New day. Mwah. Cute as a button. Mwah. Rin. Mwah. Maximus. Mwah. Supernova. Mwah. Nutmeg. Mwah. Kyle. Everyone say hi, Kyle. Mwah. Shabby. Mwah. Sushi guy. Mwah. Supernova, thank you for the 40 stream streak. What the hell? What the hell? Cool. Okay. Awesome. Yippee. How's everyone doing today? Happy Monday. What's up, little gun? Hi, Nutmeg. No, you. Can you just button for the 10 stream streak? Thank you so much. Oh. Actually, before we get into the Gunnar stuff that you guys are going to test out for me, I got sent in two, I really hope I'm not going to solo Siege, because I need people to help me. I need people to help. G Fuel sent me two, count 'em, two.
I meant to share my sub anniversary with that message.
Oh!
Embarrassed smiley face emoji.
Well, Nutmeg says, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for the 26 monthlies, Nutmeg. What the French toast? Enjoy your 90. Count 'em. Your 90 emotes to ad-free view and add you so much. That's so sweet of you, Nutmeg. Thank you so much. Not just for the reset, but for your very sweet message to the community. But G Fuel sent me 2, count them, 2 tubs to try. I have some work on the way, but these we're gonna start with. I got it's actually full. It's not a glamour tub. It's actually like full of product. The Jump Scare White Cran Strawberry, and then I also got the Dimension Drip Grape and Strawberry. Okay, I'm kind of leaning towards trying this one first. Did Pixel just brush her teeth? That's future Pixel's problem. Okay, so if you guys are down with it, I'm down to try some strawberry grape because there's not a lot of grape flavors anymore. Of course, we have Nuka Grape that just came out, and then there was the Pixel Punch, which has no relation to me, though that is what I would want my G Fuel flavor to be called, is Pixel Punch, but whatever. But that one is also grape. So this is a grape strawberry. Oh my god, I love that emote. That emote is so funny. Also, Shabby, as of right now, yes. Yes, I would love to have you join me. I believe, but I'm not going to quote them. I believe some other people are planning on joining. But as of right now, you're the only one that's asked. Ooh. Whoa. That's so grapey. Not in a bad way. Also, shout out to the Scooper Luck. We got Scoop right there. Also Taylor. Mwah. Mama J. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Nomination! Is that a Feudies thing? I saw, someone in the mod chat. I won't say who, but, someone posted in the mod chat that I was in the Feudies. If I win this, which I don't plan on it, because I've never campaigned for like anything ever. Like, I'll tell people, it's like, hey, if you guys want to vote, you guys can vote, but I've never really ever campaigned for it because I don't know. I get
IE Pix Bongo Pix Bongo Pix Bongo Pix Bongo Pix Jam Pix Love Pix Heart 1 Pix Heart 2 Pix Shadow Heart G Pix Love Pix Boo Love Pix Astaryon Wiggle Pix Astaryon Wiggle Pix Astaryon Wiggle Pix Astaryon Wiggle Pix Wobble Pix Wobble Pix Wobble Pix Wobble.
Marshmallow, thank you for the 43 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes are ad-free if you and your sub-match. Thank you so much. 43 months is insane. Yeah, because I think I won, last year and the year before that. I don't know why. But I'm very grateful to even be, thought of, nominated, let alone have won. But, I don't know. I don't know if I'll post about it. But, Taylor, that's really sweet of you. Thank you so much. What the hecky? It's really sweet of you. We do love Napo, though. Napo Ellis, who is the creator, owner of Gamers Feud, and he is just an absolute, rock star. He's incredible. Pick swabble, pick swabble, pick swabble, pick swabble. Oh, what are we trying? With freshly minted brush teeth, Dimension Drip, Grape, and Strawberry. I'm very, very excited to try this. Oh, it smells like a grape Laffy Taffy. Oh my god. Instant salivation. My mouth is very wet right now. Wow. I definitely get a lot more grape than strawberry. But it doesn't taste just like the Nuka Grape, which is just all grape. It's more of a fruity candy flavored grape flavor. I don't know. What does that taste like? Maybe like a Laffy Taffy fusion or something? If you mixed a grape and strawberry Laffy Taffy together. Yum. Yeah, this is really good. Do I like it more or less?
Hashtag humble braggy, adore you so freaking much.
Huh?
You're beautiful inside and out.
Chelsea, to actually, respectfully, know you. Chelsea, thank you for the 55 months. What is happening? Thank you so much. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, Panda Monster. Mwah. Danny. Mwah. Mr. Ware. Mwah. Leon's Moans. Everyone say hello to Leon's Moans. If you guys don't say hello to Leanne's Bones and Kyle, you guys are gonna get banned. Do you want a cat treat or a dog treat? I know Jasper is faffing about. Oh, yeah. Jasper is indeed faffing about. Oh, and I said the T word. I gotta start spelling that out. Jasper. Bummer. Bummer, Charlie. Chelsea. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Also, hi, Mr. Ware. Someone said something nice to me earlier. Who said something nice to me earlier? You're gonna get banned. Sushi guy. You're gonna get banned. Mods, take them out. Panda Monster. You're gonna get banned. Take them out. Just, Mama J. You're gonna get banned. Yeah, I'm gonna give them to both. Jojo. Oh, you're right here. There you go. Oh, he's a good dog. He's a good puppy. You were so cute. That is so crunchy. This thing is like smaller than like my nail, and it's crunching on that. Come on. Oh, he's a good doggy. Do it, Mods. You won't take me out. Mods, take him out. Come. One more. Did you have to bite my finger? Did you have to bite my finger? Did you have to bite it? You were so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. I'm gonna eat him up. I'm gonna eat him up. Oh, but to answer your question, I don't know if I like it better or worse or the same as Nougat Grape. I would say I would like it. Yo, get timed out, nerd! I think I would like to have like a taste test of Nougat Grape and Dimension Drip to see like to get like a better like right off, like to try one. But if I had to say one right now, I think it's Nougat Cherry, Dimension Drip, Nougat Grape. Like they're so close to being the same, but I think Dimension Drip is just slightly better in my opinion. Green Apple Laffy Taffy. You can keep that one. To see the new characters that have come out since you last played. I know Solid Snake is out there. Cookie! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. What's up, King Shadow? Do you really? What does the ancient number of threes mean? Also, Fluffy, enjoy your lurky turkey. Terrible, you say. Actually, do you guys mind? Can you guys help me out really quickly? I'm gonna change my voice settings, my audio settings, to the Gunner settings. Or I'm so sorry, my adjusted Gunner settings, because I had to faff around with them a little bit. Can you let me know if you can still hear me? So I'm gonna change my settings. I need you guys to let me know if you can still hear me. Oh God, here we go. Can you guys still hear me? Oh, can you hear me? Yes! Now someone type lizard.
Lizard.
Do you guys hear that?
Lizard.
Do you guys hear lizards? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to know what I did? I changed it to a completely different audio setting than I've ever used before for Gunner. Have I ever used this audio setting for Gunner? Never. Not once. Now the big test is if this one works for Gunner, because I don't know if this one works for Gunner. Also, I still have this. Hold on. Okay, where's StreamYard? Hello? Oh, God. Start virtual camera. I don't know if they're here yet, but... hello? See, the thing is, I don't think this is working for Gunner. Shoot. We might have to do the sneaky setting that Spades did for us, that told us to do last time, which was just to add another mic source. Shoot, I deleted that. Which means lizards won't work, because I don't think my audio is working in the Gunner stream. So I'm gonna have to wait for Todd Jewel to get here to see if it works. But I'm gonna stay here for now. What is this sub or Twitch badge that you have, Mr. Ware? I don't have that one. How did you get that one, Mr. Ware? Tell me how you got the IRL one. Did I already miss it? Lizards won't work. No. They went outside? Shut up. Don't lie to me. I went outside yesterday. I drove to my parents' house. Alright. Let's pull this tarot pull. Oh, really? Is it still available? Do you know, Mr. Ware? Damn. My sources didn't tell me about that one. Yes? Shut up. Is it really? On God, I'm going to pull up an IRL stream right now. IRL. Oh, Duty Beard's doing IRL. Let's watch him. Yay! Alright, cool. I got Duty Beard up. Thank you, Mr. Ware. You're so hot. Mr. Ware's so hot and tall and talented and handsome. If you guys watch 15 minutes of an IRL streamer. Oh, should I shout him out really quickly? Hold on. Hi, Cassidy! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm sorry if I missed anybody's. I didn't know. Brad! I did just miss yours, Brad! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Shout out Duty. How do I spell your name? I'm going to make sure I spell it right. Duty Beard. So if you guys want the sub badge, he's doing IRL right now. He's taking a dump, BRB. I think he's in Disney World right now. Disneyland, excuse me. Yeah, he does a lot of IRL streaming.
Help is on the way,
Oh, oh, Chrissy! Chrissy, wake up! I don't like this. Hi, Chrissy! Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Also, Nikki, hello. Chrissy, hello. Mahalia, hello. I love your emotes so much. Is Bulbasaur your favorite? Guys, everyone go say, hello, raiders. Chrissy, thank you so much for the raid. How is your Pacopia? Thank you so much for the shout out, Leon's Bones. Also, Nikki, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. What the hecky? Did you just start playing? Is this your first, was this your first time? Or have you been playing this for a while now? We're about to pull a tarot card, so if you guys don't like to be offended by the tarot cards, mute. But remember, if it's a good tarot pull, you're welcome. If it's a bad tarot pull, blame Shabby. Because Shabby redeemed this, right? Yeah. Thank you, the just working on, oh, cool. So just, catching all the Pokemons, I assume? I'm used to tarot cards calling you out. No, please, raid and run. Get the heck out of here. Go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. If you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. We are going to do a sponsor segment with Gunner Optics, our blue light blocking spectacles, in like about 15 minutes. And then we're going to play some Rainbow Six Siege afterwards. That's going to be very exciting. Hi, Spades! Everyone say, hello, Spades. I love you. I think with a forehead kissy. No way. Are you gonna do it solo? What class are you gonna do? Also, Spades, I think my audio is completely borked with the Gunner stuff, so I'm gonna have to do your trick again that you taught me last week. You blame Shabby always. You can't be that tall, talented, and handsome and not be to blame. Right, Panda Pants? I agree. Reasonable. You are so funny. Alright, I'm gonna pull the card. I'm gonna try and G-Fuel because I drink too many energy drinks, so I'm gonna need this. I'm currently drinking some Dimension Drip right now. Oh! You know what? Let me pull this or let me read this, and then I'm gonna look on the website and just see what's available because, like, nothing's available right now. Dwagar Paladin, because Dwagar gets to turn invisible for free. If it doesn't work, I tried multi-class Rogue Ranger. I forgot what I did. I think I did Wizard. Actually, I think that was for my successful honor run. The Queen of Cups. You've attuned yourself to the emotional needs of others. You're open spiritually and are moved by the tragedy and beauty of life, never reacting with impatience or anger, always having a kind word for all. You're perchance an empath, very intuitive, one of those people that, like, you can walk into a room and you can feel the vibes without having anyone have to say a word to you. Is it really? Temporal, I didn't know that. Let me see. Let me open up the Guffle website. Hold on. Let me open up the Guffle. Hi, Keishu! Keishu, big baby. Able Geek with the favorite Pokemon check. My favorite Pokemon is Clefable. What about you guys? Oh, also, did you guys see the Pokemon, or not the Pokemon cards, the trading cards that G Fuel has now? I want them. I think they're sending some to me. Will kill us all. Dimension Drip is online, so I'm trying Dimension Drip right now. And this one is so good. If you like grape. If you don't like grape, I'm not going to recommend this. But if you do like grape, it's very good. If you like strawberry banana, they just made a 2.0 formula for strawberry banana. It is the fusion flavor from Dragon Ball Z. And strawberry banana is my favorite flavor that's ever flavored ever in my entire life. Ever! And they finally made a 2.0 formula. And so that's available. So I'm going to say that one because I'm a little bit biased. My Monday's been... I slept all day. Was it a depression sleep? That remains to be seen. I really don't know. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm just so tired. But to answer your question, I'm going to go with either Dimension Drip or Fusion. So either grape strawberry or strawberry banana. Oh, let me know if you don't like strawberry, because then I'll pick a different one. Yikes! Can't see the preservation of the martyr in me. Yo! 57 inches! Big ol' pippy. Okay. Alright. What was I gonna do? Oh, I caught up, right? No, it's what I'm drinking right now. That's what I was gonna do. Thank you. Also, I forgot to update that. Let me update that. My bad. All this audio stuff has been messing me up, guys. We had 3 resubs today, right? Right? I think we had 3. That sounds about right. Okay, so that's updated, and then I wanted to update my G Fuel a day. The limits of the dead. G Fuel a day is Dimension Drip. Dimension Drip. Strawberry plus grape. Yum! Yeah, Sushi Guy. As far as the grapes, for me, if I think it'd be different if I had them all 3 in front of me for a taste test. But at the moment, Dimension Drip, Nuka Grape. Dimension Drip just barely above Nuka Grape, and then Pixel Potion. I love Pixel Potion, obviously. But it's sour, so... What's up, V? V, I hope your workday's been going super well. Also, hi, Loki! Everyone say hello to Loki right now. Loki, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Chloe, mwah. Kishu, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. What's up? Yup, yup. Canary, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I think I'm all caught up, though. But how's everyone else's Monday? I really don't know, like, why I've been so sleepy. But, I mean, I worked out yesterday, but no more than I normally do. So I don't know why I'm so sleepy. I don't know. King Shadow. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Your fingers are torn from guitar, acoustic, or electric. So okay, so not just me, because I slept all day today. Like, I woke up, walked my dogs, ate, and then I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. And then I napped. And then I went up to my bed and napped again. Showered. Started laundry. Cleaned a little bit. Walked my dogs again. Fed them, obviously. And then I started doing, stream stuff. So, I really haven't done anything. I don't know, I've just been so tired. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't feel depressed. But my body's doing the thing it does when it is depressed, all you want to do is sleep. You don't want to be alive or awake or conscious. And that's how my body is. But I don't feel depressed. I feel like I would know, right? Yeah? Acoustic. I feel, I like to play songs that need you to spread your whole hand across the guitar. Oh, okay. How fancy. Only sleep, no exist. Yeah, that's where I am. That's where I'm at right now, Canary. I slept in way too long. Yeah, me.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome. I've been so low. Yeah, low energy or low vibes. Shinobi. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah. No mistakey if not awake. I've been having some weird dreams too. Both. Oh, I'm sorry. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs one. Unless you guys don't want the hug, guys can double it and give it to the next person. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do something. There might be an echo for a moment. Ignore it. I'll fix it in a second. Audio output? Is that what I want? Was it Gunner mic? Input. That's what I want. Gunner. Oh, hold on 1 second. Hey, can you hear me? Still having audio issues, even though nothing has changed. LOL. Okay, hold on. And then okay. And then mic in. Alright, so you guys are gonna hear an echo. 1 second. Get rid of that. Okay, now you guys are good. So you guys should not hear an echo at the moment. Also, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm setting something up right now. So I will get back to you in un momento. Por favor. Can't hear you. Okay. So, okay. So, let's go back and chat. You let me know if you guys... Oh, let me know if you guys can hear me. I don't know. Alright, can you guys hear me? And then Tajul, can you hear me? You can hear a noise. Okay, but now... Can't hear me? Yes. Okay. Any echo? Because this is just the same settings that, well, it's not the same settings. It's my same settings that I've been using since April 2025, but I just had to add an extra microphone. But you guys can't hear, like, someone type lizard. You guys aren't going to hear lizards, no? No echo? Okay, cool. All right. Well, then I'm ready, Tajul, whenever you are.
Lizard.
Yeah,
Lizard.
I don't think you guys are going to hear the lizards, right? I just don't know. You heard the lizard? Oh, but Gunner can't hear the lizard. Okay. Well, that's fine.
Lizard.
I'm sure Gunner doesn't want to hear the lizards anyway. Okay. Okay, well, that's fine. So, I still don't know. I thought I knew what the issue was for why, like, all of a sudden my settings are now not working. I can't hear any of that. I thought I knew what the reason was, and I don't. Start in a minute? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It is very frustrating because the thing is, if I were to go to play a game during the Gunner segment, the Gunner wouldn't hear anything. What the hecky? Ghost Loves!
Lizard.
Thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you so much. What? Don't be nice to me. Let me scroll up and see what I missed. But big hugs for everybody. Happy birthday. Dangos, I adore you. Uvu Javer. Mwah. Nikki Renee. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Ghost Loops. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. I know, Leon's Bones. I know. Really? Shinobi, I'm sorry to hear that. I feel like I'm kind of in a very similar boat right now. Oh, Ghost Lips, thank you so much. Look at that, you're a monster. That's so cute. I love that emote. Remy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ugh, don't even get me started. Okay, Mr. Ware, you're gonna get banned. All right, anyone who's nice to me is gonna get banned. Who's gonna get banned? You guys are gonna get banned. Yes, I do want to pin this. Yes. Gameplay, love game. Do you want love? Love the hair? Thank you. I washed it. Me? Oh, so you want to get banned? A Vine reference? I want to know. No, Kyle, don't do that. Save your subs for the Rainbow Six Siege stream later. We're going to be streaming Rainbow Six Siege after the Gunner segment. Hello, love. And because there's a badge. There's a sub badge. I do what I want. Kyle, thank you for gifting a sub to via YS. Because I don't know how to pronounce Words are hard. And Mr. Weird, think of the 100 bits. What is happening? The next person that's gonna be nice to me is gonna get the knuckle sandwich. Told me they added Solid Snake. Yes, they did. I opened up Solid Snake. I opened up Rainbow Six Siege earlier, and Solid Snake was on my screen. I was like, huh? So that was pretty cool. Thank you for the 100 bits, Mr. Ware. Thank you for the get this up, Kyle. I said nice hair and wasn't banned. Oh, well, might start banning people. Thank you for the 10 bits. You want a sandwich? Knuckle sandwich? Pixel's gonna play Rainbow Six 7. I got my badge. Thank you, Mr. Ware. Thank you so much for telling me about that. You're so hot. The vibes are amazing. Oh, thanks, Hammerheads. I love your name. I love your name very much. Welcome in. Yeah. So, and how long did you say that goes for? For like the rest of the week? The vibes are vibing. Thanks, I just charged them. I'm joking. So anyways, hi, awesome boy. Nikki, dog or cat? Is a 5 queen? Oh, I haven't told that before. Awesome boy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. So is that next week? Oh, Sunday. Cool. Thank you. Cat? Jojo, come here. Come here. Guys, everyone say, hi, Gunner Optics. We are officially now live with Gunner Optics. Everyone say, hello, Gunner. Gunner, here's my cat. His name is Jasper. Ow. He bites my fingers instead of eating his treats because he's so smart. Takes after his mother, who is also super smart. Oh, I should have made you do the spin. I gotta teach him the spinning. And where you like. Can you guys hear the music? You guys, my stream. Gunner should not be able to hear music. I swear to God, I hope Gunner can't hear the music. Oh. Yeah, okay, cool. Hi, Tom! Tom, I need you to know, and anybody who has sent me snaps, sent me messages, sent me tweets, or anything, I am so sorry that I have not responded to any tweets or any messages or any snaps. I am so sorry. I just have not. And this is not directed towards anybody. I just have not been in the mood to talk to people. Like, I have, like, unless I'm streaming, I haven't been in the mood to talk to anybody. Like I'll text my brother or my parents because, like, it's something that we need, like, to schedule or something. But besides that, I just, like, I've been feeling, like, super duper non-social. And it's not even, like, a spoons thing. Because, like, I want to, like, I feel like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I've never really felt like this before. I've never really just, like, not wanted to just, like, talk to. Am I depressed right now? with the sleeping and the not talking to people? I don't know. So I think there is something wrong with me. I'm just not sure what yet. Who knows? But Tom, I'm so happy to see you. I'm gonna say hi, Tom. Jasper bites Pixel because Pixel's a treat. Oh, sushi guy. Mods, ban that man. Otaku. Mwah. They go with the forehead kissy. Also, Panda Pants with Gunners. Should I do my top 3 Gunners? Hug, marry, kiss. What are my top 3? These are my top 2. Oh, I know my top 3. All right, I'm down. Okay, you guys go. You guys gotta vote too. But if you guys are just joining us, or if you've never been here for a Gunner stream, I am just gonna be yapping about Gunner Optics for the next 2 hours, or / yapping. It's basically just chatting sponsored for the next 2 hours. Yippee! Guys, use code Pixel2025 for the Gunner store. Is this just that? I agree, V. I agree. We all know by now that sending you things does not come with a requirement for you to respond. It's done. Oh. But I still feel bad because if I were to open up my Snapchat right now, I feel like I have missed maybe like 2 to 3 weeks of snaps because I'm just like the worst person ever. I'm trying to still send them because I know people really like streaks, and I'm trying to keep my streaks up, but also I need my mod chat up. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, everyone should go follow Tom. Tom, have you been streaming? I wouldn't know because I'm a bad friend. Oh, Tom, I can't say it on stream, but I can tell you what I'm drinking right now because that just came in the mail today, but I cannot verbally say it right now. You were last playing Riders Republic? Is that like a Star Wars game? What is that? Hi, Music Kid! Music Kid, happy Monday! mass depression, but I love you all and giving you hugs to Pixel and all chat. Panda Monster. Know you. Know you. Oh, so you haven't played it yet? Really, Gem? Wait, Gem, which ones do you have again? Gem says, can't confirm the Gunnar Optics work, y'all. They are my favorite glasses. Shut the front door. I think the prescription glasses are still on sale, too. I think they're still 20% off for a prescription. I think? Shut. I don't know. The website's different now. Oh, there's a sales. There's a sale part. No. I don't know. Usually where they have like the sales, there's something different now. Maybe the sales are down here? No, I don't know. But on their Facebook, I saw that there's still a 20% off prescription. So, I don't know. Hopefully that's still a thing. If not, you can use my code for 15% off. The Vault 33s? The Vault 33s? Yeah. I've been awake for 43 hours. That's like the opposite of what I've been doing. I feel like I've been sleeping for the past 43 hours. 2 words, Tom. NyQuil. They're your driving glasses. What lens do you have? Like, what, do you have the 30% or the 60%, which is, you're empty. The 60%, which is like the yellow tint, or do you have the amber? What tint do you have? Just out of curiosity. What do you mean alt glasses? What do you mean, V? What does alt mean? Oh, Panda Pants! We're gonna try them on, and you guys are gonna help me. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. That I assumed that's what you had too, Gem. Okay. Alright, so here, we're gonna do a Hug, Marry, Kiss, and you guys are gonna do it with me. So, we're gonna do Hug, Marry, Kiss on my top 3. Oh, alternative goth, punk, whimsy. I don't know. I feel like, because those, I feel like are really subjective. I want to say yes, in my humblest opinion, but I'm not sure if they go as far as to the extent that what you might be looking for. Like, they don't have, like, danglies or, like, different shaped lenses. Like, there's no, like, heart-shaped or star-shaped lenses. So I would say subjectively, yes, I think they do, but I don't know if they are to the degree that you are looking for, I'm thinking. Can you tell us about blue light blocking? How it can benefit your sleep? Oh, you mean how blue light blocking glasses like Gunnar Optics can help with dry eye and eye fatigue, so that your eyes don't hurt or burn while staring at phones and screen monitors all day? In my honest opinion, Kaya, mwah, Capricorn, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Otaku, did I do a kissy? I think I did. But mwah, Max, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. But if I ever find my outgunner, will be who I buy most pair, but then I can look amazing even more at musicals. That's so frustrating. So prescription glasses over here are hard to figure out. I wonder why that is. Kaya! Let's go, Kaya. Congratulations on stealing the VIP. Panda Pants, I promise I'm gonna try these glasses on. And then where is my mod chat? Who stole the VIP? Call me Kaya. Tony Stark. Copy. Un-VIP. Tony Stark. Sorry, Tony! Oh, really? Jen, don't... Oh, he's eating the box. Do you see him just munching on the box? Oh, Jasper. Jordan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Did you get some? Wait, what? Temporal, what did you get? If they weren't children's frames, I know. You got bad luck. Yeah, it's, you steal it for 24 hours, and it's just, like, one traveling VIP one. So you don't steal it from someone who has the VIP already. It's just whoever stole it last time. So you can't, like, steal, like, Dangos's or YBZ's VIP, but you steal the one that, oh my god, I still have to send Mooncourt's mail time. I literally have his letter right here. Mooncourt's, if I literally will not go to sleep tomorrow until I send out your letter. Also, YBZ, the Sisterhood, the Traveling VIP. That's so funny and so accurate. Also, YBZ, mwah, Mira, mwah. Everyone say hello, YBZ and Mira. How they get the VIP? With the channel points. With mail time. I still have to send Moon Course. I'm so bad. You also like to munch in the box? Interesting. I got the tub you show. Wait, which one? Was it the grape strawberry or the strawberry banana? Either way, you're going to be very happy, I hope. I'm a very important pet. All pandas are important. Alright, I'm going to try on these glasses, and you guys don't tell me which one's your favorite. So we're going to do a hug, marry, kiss. So what is it? Marry would be number 1. Kiss would be number 2. Hug would be number 3. Yes! Oh, Temporal, I hope you love it. I hope you do. So these are... What are these? Oh, these are the Digital Princess. The Tokidoki Digital Princess. She's the ones I've been wearing for a long time. So she is probably going to be my Mary. And then this would probably be my Kiss. My Fallout Vault 33s. I know, in the sunnies. Oh my god. These are my Fallout Vault 33s. Revolutionizing, what does it say? Revolutionizing safety for an uncertain future. And these are one of 3 Fallout glasses that they have. They also have the Brotherhood of Steel and the Lucky 38s. I cannot wait to get my hand on the Lucky 38s. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited for the Brotherhood of Steel, but the Lucky 38s are dope. I'll show you guys those on the website in a second. So these will probably be my Kiss. And then my Hug, my third favorite glasses, are my Tokidoki... Oh, sorry, the screen's blurry, sorry. My Tokidoki Mozzarella. Now, these ones are interesting because they're business in the front, but then, party in the back. Because, look at, they have the cow print on the inside, but you wouldn't know when you see someone wearing them. Oh, my God, the Moxies. See, if I had those in prescription, those would be up there. But I'm just going based on my 3 favorite prescription. Oh, no way, Temporal! Oh, slay. That's awesome. That's really dope. From UKO. What is that one called? Oh, YBZ. Somebody ban that man. I'm joking. The Vault Text always remind me of... Oh, really? Was it these? The Tony Stark actually has... oh my god, of course you used that. Please don't ban me, amazing streamer. I want to be in the next stream. The Tony Stark actually did have some gunners, but they've been renamed to the Barons. So they're still on the website, and they're still available. Spades actually won them in the Christmas giveaway, the December giveaway. And those were the ones that were formerly known as the Tony Starks. The new Cyberpunks ones. Oh my god. I still need to send an email for all the glasses I want to try of the new releases that they have. But I just been, again, it goes back to the whole I haven't been yapping. I haven't felt like yapping. Oh, I was like, what am I wearing? Why is it so dark in here? But I'll get there. I was actually thinking oh, should I just write the email during stream right now? Because then I'll do it. Can you hear me? I hope so. I haven't changed any settings. Just saw the VOD chat. Thank you for that. What's up, look at? I can hear. Did I ask if you guys can hear me? Did I ask that? I don't remember asking that. What just happened? At some point? Really? The last time I remember asking if you guys could hear me was 10 minutes ago. Literally 10 minutes ago. I don't remember. But you guys can hear me, so that's good. He's lagging? Brain lag? Maybe I did. I don't know. I say a lot of things I don't remember saying. No, I believe you. I just don't remember saying it. Oh my god. Can't hear you? Oh, I was reading Danny's chat. Danny said that they can hear me. I don't know. I may have asked. And I don't know. I'm literally just I don't remember asking that. But because the thing is, my thought immediately went to, when you guys said that you can hear me, my thought immediately went to that my stream broke or lagged at some point and went back to 10 minutes ago, and like Twitch is broken or something, because Twitch says it's I have an unstable connection, but it never says that, or it never is like the truth. You know what I mean? Enjoy your lurky turkey. Oh, get all your blood points, temporal. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. That's right. I'm glad that you guys can hear me though. I'm gonna try on some more glasses. Also, I'm gonna change over my scene so you guys can see the Gunner website. Let's go to all glasses. There we go. I'm gonna have to add the mic to this scene as well, though, because I don't have it on the scene. Yeah. There we go. No echo. All right. Let's do a nice squirt bottle on the way, so I don't need to squirt the cat anymore. Let's get that box over here. Come, come, come. Yes. All right. All right. So what did we try on last week? The White Wolf from The Witcher, the Ciri from The Witcher, the Sylvanas from, was it World of Warcraft, the Borderlands Ripper, the Diablo Sanctuary, the Overwatch Reaper glasses, the Toki Toki Cotton Candy, the Intercept and the Amber Max, and the Baron glasses. That's the ones that we tried last week. Green? I got you. Alexa, turn front basement light green.
Of course.
Of course. Thank you, Angel. And then the strip lights. There she goes. Yippee! Also, cool cam. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. And then, what are we... Oh, ow. What are we gonna try on now? Oh, we did the Moxies as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, these are some good ones. Oh, the green looks so nice. I love the green. Good choice. Good choice. Okay. So, let me... 1 second. Alright, can you guys hear me? I hope you guys can hear me now. I said add the microphone. Yes? Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. now that, oh, look at that. I totally forgot that this one just came out too. I totally forgot. A bunch of my Gunner friends got these glasses in. I was like, I need to ask for them. They're so cool. All right. But that's not what we're looking at right now. Man, there's so many new glasses I need to request, but I keep forgetting. The sunnies for the decks are sold out already? Damn! Good for them. Good for them. But the Amber Max is still available. Oh my god, do you remember? What was it last week, Spades? Do you remember? I want the Cyberpunks. Oh, these? The 2027 Dex ones? What was the one last week? I don't remember if I clipped that or if I took a screenshot. I'll have to look back in the VOD. But I remember the thumbnail was so obnoxious. I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. Oh, these in orange? Yeah. I think that's what I would request. Because I still need to request these. So dope. So dope. Look at what they look like. So cool. Yeah, I gotta send an email, but I'm just like, I gotta stop being like so about it, you know? Whoa! I would do naughty things. Whoa! Would you... Fancy! What game is that from? Little Misfortune? I've only played Little Misfortune once. And I think it was like in 2021 or 2022 when I played it. No! Will it tell me? It was Little Misfortune, right? November 2022 was the last time I played it. Or, I guess, the only time I ever played it. I would love to play that game again. That game was so funny. And aren't there, like, different, like, things you can do in that game, too? It does hurt so bad. It does. And I feel like it's been so long enough. 5 endings? I feel like it's been long enough that I could totally, play it again and, like, not remember everything. I do know that. I don't know if I ever played that myself, though. I did do... what was it called? The cinnamon challenge, I've done that like 3 times. That one sucked. But I've never played Fluffy Bunny. But I do know that one. Why? What a random thing to bring up. Why? I'm gonna try on the Annas. And I think the Annas are this pair, not this exact pair, but this is a very similar pair that also double hinge. I love the double hinges. Ooh, I need more double hinge glasses. But I think these are a pair of glasses that I think I recommended to Alice in Wonderland when we used to do like the pictures where you guys would stop it. When you guys would like submit selfies and I would be like, oh, this is the glasses I think you guys should wear. I played Fluffy Bunny, got 12 marshmallows in my mouth, and I won, and the prize was a pair of sunglasses. No way! That's awesome. Were they a dope pair of sunglasses? These are the Annas. These are really pretty. Control F. Anna. So they also come in black. This is the ballet pink one I'm wearing right now. And the tortoiseshell. Oh, the tortoiseshell is so pretty. Oh! Oh, that's lovely. The black ones are very striking, too. I like the pink, though. I like it, the pink. What did I say this model looks like? She reminds me of the girl from, God, what's that one TV show? Once Upon a Time? The main character. Her last name is Swan or something. I don't remember. But this is what the model reminds me of. Is it Bella Swan? No, that's Twilight. That's Twilight. But she reminds me of the actress from Once Upon a Time. Yeah, these are the Annas. Shut up, mirror. These glasses are the cutest. Really? These, the Annas? You think so? Also, Spartan. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. They do kind of go with the heads. I think the like little angle on top really goes well. All right, so those are the Annas. She reminds you of Twilight. No, but I do love Twilight. I am a sucker for Twilight the movies. The books are awful. I never even read them. I not read all of them, but I tried reading them. Couldn't get into it. But I love the movies. They're, how does one say? A guilty pleasure. A guilty pleasure. Alright, so Anna's. Those are very lovely. I like the ballet pink. And then the Mavericks. These ones are dope. The books were something to read, and I think I only read them because I was in high school when they came out. Yes. I think if I were younger and I read them when they first came out, I think I wouldn't be as critical as I am now, but because in my grown age, when was the last time I even tried like reading it? I don't remember. I think it was like at Barnes and Noble, like, I don't know, like 10 years ago. And I like tried to like read a passage from it and was like, ugh. I was like, ugh. Yeah, I think if I was, in middle school, I think when they came out? I don't know. I don't even know when they came out. But I think if I tried reading them when they first came out, I'm sure I would have enjoyed them. About Throne of Glass. I'm having such a hard time getting into that series. I've never heard of that one. But I'm also not a bookie. Ooh. God, I need some more double hinges in my life because I think a lot of the glasses that I have are actually not double hinged. Not that I've noticed the lack of them because, like I told you, my top 3 glasses that I have are all not double hinged. But I would really like to know what it's like to have a prescription pair of glasses that are double hinged because, I don't know, I love it. I love it. All my glasses no. Like, that is just nice. And these are the Mavericks. I think in the rose gold. In the rose gold iteration, yes. Like, this is a series for 18-year-old me. Gotcha. But that's what Tumblr's for. Me going to Tumblr for my Hobbit and Lord of the Rings fanfics. And I used to do that for Baldur's Gate 2. Or Baldur's Gate 3 as well. But these are the Mavericks. I really, really like the shape. I love how big the lenses are because I feel like I can see everything out of all of my profiles. I think like the only thing I really can't see is right here. Hello. But besides that, like it's, I don't know, I love the size of these lenses. I listened to all my books. Oh, dude, really? I didn't have that combination. That's true. You know what, Spartan? I think I wanted to add the Hunger Games books to my wish list because I have heard so many wonderful things about those books, and I heard that there's so much more to the books than there are to the movies, and I love the movies. I really, really, really want to read the Hunger Games books. Really? See, V, I've heard that too. I should read more. I'm the same way. I was rereading a lot of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit books, and then I just stopped again. Oh, really, V? Gotcha. Okay. The Wheel of Time. I feel like I've heard of that one before. That's fair, Mira. While I work out. Oh, see, I watch TV and movies while I work out, because I put my treadmill, like, right in front of my TV. But I also will put something on the background, like, when I was doing my Hobbit walking challenge, I'd have the Hobbit in the background, and I'd be reading the Silmarillion. Because it's just basically, like, background noise for me. Because I've seen it a million and one times. But I just stopped reading. But I think, you know what, maybe if I work out tonight, I don't know, it depends on my mood. Because I've been just so, like, weird, such a weird mood lately. I might work out and then read a book. I think I'm definitely going to work out tonight. But I think I would like to read tonight. That does sound nice. Tronic. Think of the forehead kissy. Sorry I'm squinting at you guys. I don't have my glasses on. Movies are shite compared to the books. Yeah, I think that goes with everything that goes from a book to media, right? You put on nature videos? That's so cute! That's really funny. I just put on things. It depends. If I'm struggling to do my workout, I'll put on something that I've never seen before that I really want to see. Like, I've been watching the new season of The Boys. So I have, I think 2 more episodes I need to watch of this new season that are out right now. And I'm saving those for my hard workouts because it's easier for me to do my workout when I'm watching something that has me completely, distracted. But if I don't need that distraction, I'll watch something that I've watched before. Like, I've been rewatching the Sherlock Holmes movies with Jude Law and Robert Downey. I've been rewatching, oh god, what are those movies called? I'm gonna butcher this. I feel like Mira will know. I've been rewatching, they're like these whodunit movies with that one French guy with the crazy mustache. What's his name? There was the one where the Nile, the one, Hercule Poirot. Yeah, Poirot. Hercule Poirot. I've been rewatching those movies because I love those movies. All 3 of those movies are so good. And then, of course, I will throw in a Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Poirot. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Do not watch the show. Wait, the show. Wheel of Time is a show? For my birthday, I literally asked all my friends if any of them would come over and watch all the extended editions of the trilogy over the weekend. That's all I wanted. Nobody would do it. You need better friends. Because I do that just on my regular day-to-day. Oh, this is what I've been rewatching all the this is what I've been doing. I've been rewatching the Star Wars movies. So in chronological order. So I watched the first 3 episodes, and then I'm watching for the very first time, because apparently according to Google, the Han Solo movie, which I've never seen before. I'm halfway through that one because I got tired, so I had to pause it. But that one I'm watching while I'm working out right now. That's what I was watching. I didn't watch that when I was working out last night because I couldn't remember what I was watching. So I just had, I was watching some YouTube while I was working out because I couldn't remember that I was in the middle of my Star Wars saga-thon. Damn! Well, now I'll have to watch that tonight. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. You understand me. Also, sweetie, thank you for the forehead kissy. Hello, sweetie. Thank you for the forehead kissy, and thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Holy shite, 50 stream streak. That's insane. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing so good, sweet summer child. The show is shite. Oh no! They canceled it because they destroyed the plot. I'm so sorry. And it's a book that you enjoy reading, right? Hi, Pixel! What's up, Yummy? Yummy, how you doing today? Also, Tronic, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh my god, I still have to send you your letter. I'm like literally the worst person ever. Why do people follow me? Why do people follow me? Also, speaking of, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. 14 books. How long was the show up for? 14 books? 108 degrees? Yucky. That sounds disgusting. It's supposed to be super hot this weekend, and I'm so sad because I'm going out to the city this weekend. And it's gonna be so hot, and I hate it. Oh, Percy Jackson. I've heard of that, but I've never watched any Percy Jackson or read any Percy Jackson. Oh, is it? 14 books, too. Damn. You know what books I used to read a lot as a kid were the series of Unfortunate Events. I think I never read the last one. But the show or movies, I didn't like. I have all of the love and respect for Jim Carrey. I did not like him as the actor, as Count Olaf. Like, because Count Olaf to me was like such a villain and such a horrifying villain and such like this horrifying presence. And don't get me wrong, like I totally love Jim Carrey and I love his humor and I love what he brings to his roles. I just don't think that was the role for him, because I think they were just trying to make it more kid friendly by having the silly goofy goober be Count Olaf, but I still am very upset with what they did with the films with having Jim Carrey in it, because again, I love him, but not in that role. It was 3 series. They covered up to about book 5. Wow. The last episode destroyed. No coming back for that. Wow. And so that's when it got canceled. It's going to be 20 degrees tonight. I should check how cold it's going to be for me tonight. I don't think it's going to be that cold. Because if it's going to frost, I have to bring my plants in. I gotta do my Duolingo. I forgot to do it. What about video games? What about video games, Yummy? It's hot up because... shut up. Don't agree, Mr. Ware. Frostborn in the upper... Oh, is there? Dang. Well, I gotta bring my plants inside. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be a low of 39. Okay, so I guess technically my plants should be okay, but I'll probably bring them in anyways. I'm gonna bring my babies. I only have 4 plants outside, so I'll bring them inside. What about the video game adaptation of a series of unfortunate events? I ain't gonna lie, Yummy. I had no idea that there was a video game adaptation to the series of unfortunate events. I had no idea. Bye, baby! I hope you had a great rest of your time at work. It's really fun. What consoles is it on? Or like what how can you play it? Steam console, mobile? I never knew. On the GameCube. Oh, so it's an old one. I'll have to look that up because I still have my GameCube. I just don't have it set up. Oh, interesting. That's very cool. I'll have to look into that. Or like watch someone play through it on YouTube. I'll probably just do that. But that's interesting. But thank you guys so much for the book conversation. It killed off a character who wasn't supposed to die. And did it kill 2 who were supposed to? Now I wonder what that creative liberty, like, why they took those creative liberties. They killed off a character who wasn't supposed to die, and did it kill 2 who were supposed to? How strange. I don't know. That's so weird. And I'm sure super frustrating to you who enjoys what was it called? The Wheel of Time? That must have been super frustrating. What am I trying on now? The Mustang, who always goes in my, like, whenever I'm trying on my glasses or talking about the Gunnar glasses, I feel like the Mustang and the Mavericks are always going hand in hand with me. So these are the Mavericks, and then where are my Mustangs? Control F. Mustang. So I don't know why. I always, like, put these in, like, the same breath. I don't know. And then these, what even are these? Oh, these are also in, I assume, the gold? Yeah. Ah, but they have, like, a clear arm to them. Ooh. I want to say I like the Mavericks a little bit more if I had to pick. I think I like the Mavericks just a wee bit more. Ooh. Ooh. The silvers are nice. Or, I'm sorry, the chrome. Oh, wow. So, yeah, I totally missed that entire era then. Interesting. I totally missed that. They made the main character someone who was not the main character, so they didn't want her gone, I guess, but she is not present from book 5 to 13. What an interesting take. I can understand how frustrated it must have been then. No, okay, so question. You said that they totally ruined, like, the, what was it? The end of the series. How long was the series up for? You told me and I can't remember. But at any point, did you think, like, oh, this show actually might be good? Or was it just, like, ass from the beginning? Was it just, like, doomed from the start? Ooh. Yeah, we try this out. What's up, Lintona? Lintona, happy Monday! Oh, I like these. I think you'd like the fact Tim Curry. Oh, like, does he voice them? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Lintona, happy Monday. Happy Gunner Day. No way. See, I do love a Tim Curry. And now Tim Curry, with his voice, I feel like is a nice, good, like, ominous voice that I think would be really good. For, like, the narration of Lemony Snicket. I think that's good. The first episode was horrible, and I was screaming. I was like, okay, fine, entertain it, and it wasn't the worst, but they made a lot of choices that made me very angry. So, was it, like, one of those things where it's like a car crash, like, you want to look away, but you can't, like, you have to, like, keep staring or something like that? Mando! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah! Yeah, Tim Curry has such a good voice. So I think for the ominous role of Lemony Snicket. Oh, really? Okay. And it's called The Wheel of Time. Oh, Jasper, you are very aggressive today. So the next glasses we're going to try are the Tokidoki Sweet Fruits, which is another one that's like business in the front, party in the back, because it's got this like beautiful like sherbet, tangerine, like ice cream, beautiful like colors on the inside, but on the outside it's all black. Give treats! Do you want a cat or dog? Also, I want to say these are sold out. These specifically the Sunnies version. What are these called? Sweet treats. Oh, there they are. Or sweet fruits, excuse me. Yeah, I think the yeah, the Sunnies are sold out, but you can still get. Oh, I remember this picture. This picture was so cute. Oh my god, I love this one. I remember. Okay, excuse me. I haven't looked at this one on the website for a long time. I gotta take these off because I cannot see with these on. Non-prescription and their sunglasses. I cannot see. Do you like comics? I haven't read an honest to God comic in like a long time. Do I have anything against them? No. Are they my mode of? Oh my god. Are they my favorite mode of entertainment? Probably not. I enjoy them, but I don't seek them out. I just like to look at the little pictures. So this is the Tokidoki always has like the best packaging. So cute. Panda, did you want a cat or dog? Cat or doggy? What about you, Yummy? Lintona, mwah, think of the void kissy. Everett pops up enough to have interest in a show or movie. I'm not allowing it. That's so fair. Because they'll just ruin it, right? Who got Cats got it 2 times in a row. So Boo hasn't gotten one. But you can choose whoever you want to give treats to. Boo? I guess you can have one. I guess. Let's see if Charlie comes down. Boo, come here. Boo! Boo, you want a treat? Boo, come here. There you go. You don't like these, Charles. You don't like these. I guess you were sitting on the couch, so. Sorry, you already ate it. They were so cute. Oh, Charlie stole your bed, Muffin. And what are you doing? You already got so many. Poor Boo. I know. Poor Boo. Jasper's like, I'll take it. Yeah, Boo's going back to his couch over there. That's so funny. Yeah, and then I shook the bag too. Hi, Trippy. Oh, Trippy, you said something early. Hold on. I just have to say, now that I've played Baldur's Gate 3, I understand why you would sing my name as Who's that ball, Trippy Barra? What did you think of Baldur's Gate, Trippy? Who did you romance? What race or what builds did you play as? Who's that ball, Trippy Barra? Oh, and then next we're going to try on are the Rippers again, but in the Sunnies. So 2 Sunnies back to back. Jesky. Mwah, they got the forehead kissing. Hi, Jesky. I don't know which ones I prefer on me moist. If I prefer the regular of these glasses or if I like the Sunnies. I don't know. I think I look pretty good in the Sunnies. I think I look better in the Sunnies than I do in the regulars. But I also think I like the contrast between the blue, dark, sunny lenses to like the yellow and white with the cell shading. I think this makes all of the designs pop more with like the darker lenses with the cell shading. They match your headphones. Ooh. Yeah, I do like these. But I think I prefer the Sunnies more than the 60%. Finish up Act 3! I'm playing as a fighter, wood elf, and I romance Karlach! I spent so much time getting the infernal iron. Oh my god, yeah. To power your baby up. But did you get it? Did you get it all? Oh my god. Happy Monday. I hope you're doing so good. And I'm so glad that you're playing Baldur's Gate 2. 3. 2. You know what I mean? Also, Jesky, thank you for the 3 stream streak. What the hecky? It's so many streakers today. Who's got the biggest streak today? Was it Sweetie with the 50? I think it was our biggest streak. We've had a couple 3. We had a 10 earlier. And we have COD Ghost. I actually don't know if this one's even still available. Ghost. It is. Oh, I forgot about these. I really like these. Yeah, and another 10 streaker. Yo, Mr. Ware, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Hi, Deck, I feel you. It's not about the size. Uh-huh. I remember, I think these glasses are so dope. Well. Wait, do the... I also forgot, when I first got these, there's Call of Duty bonus in-game content that you could redeem this, and I'm pretty sure the bonus in-game content will be available in Call of Duty Black Ops 6, available on 10/25/24. I don't think there is an expiration. Oh, it does! It expired, November 10th, 2024. And these were given to me in, like, April 2025, so I never got to use this code. But I don't even know what this code is for. You receive a success message. I don't know. But you could have gotten something if you ordered these glasses when they first came out. Oh, I forgot how beautiful these glasses are. Now these are like gunners, you know? Because I've been following this brand for, what, over 10 years now. Oh, these are gunners. These are so dope. Let's go to the website. What is on? Mousepad. There you are. Now these are nice. I love the size of these lenses. Meow, meow, meow. Does it show me what the Sunnies looks like? It does not. Blue sky, yeah. I don't know. They're just kind of like, I don't know what the size is on these. They do feel like they would fit a wider head. But I'm not sure what their actual size is. But I just really do enjoy them. They're very pretty. I think I wouldn't mind these, especially in the sun shift from regular glasses to sunnies, like transition lenses. I think these would be so dope in the transition lenses. But I love the case. Call of Duty Gunner. Back when I used to be a Call of Duty, not streamer. So I did stream Call of Duty. I was mostly like a Call of Duty YouTuber. And I love the case. The Canada site doesn't have the disclaimer about the warehouse anymore. And the disclaimer was that there would be no shipping or something, right? Interesting, Raven. Interesting. Who knows what that means, though? Who knows? How are you so dirty? What happened? Now, these little, like, speckles only come on my glasses when I cry. Did I cry yesterday? I don't think I did. But you guys, you know when you cry and, like, your eyelashes, like, splatter, like, little speckles on your glasses? That's what I have in my glasses right now. But I don't remember crying yesterday. I feel like I would remember that. Right? Would I? That they were okay, cool. Well, I suppose that's a good sign, right? Progress is progress. Yeah, what is? They have, like, cry speckles all over them. I don't know. I did laugh till I cried. Maybe that's what I did. You are, was like not remember if you cried or not? I feel like I would remember that. I did laugh a lot yesterday with my mom. Oh, happy belated Mother's Day, by the way, to all of our mothers and mommies. Happy Mother's Day, Raven! Our maple mother. I'm getting a new perfume for introverts. It's called Leave Me the Fuck Alone. Oh, I've missed you, Leaf. I hope you're doing so good, homie. That was good. That was very good. Thank you for that. UAV. Oh, do we not have this one anymore? Ah, wait. Oh, I don't think this one's on the website anymore. Wait, and then mine and Raven's song. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Of course. Happy Mother's Day. Traumatic username is back. Hi, I'm only on the way. My daughter got me a Powerline button-down shirt, like Powerline from the Goofy movie, and a huge Astrobot plush. Astrobot. Is that the game that won, like, Game of the Year a couple years ago? You're doing all right? Hey, all right's better than terrible. Hi, Dragon Set Ablaze. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm gonna try on these COD UAV glasses. I'm not seeing them on the website though, so they might just be sold out. Ah, but they have the dope ass glasses case, which means I could probably give these away. They're not available on the website no more. Oh, ooh, she's got the itch to play Call of Duty again. But we are gonna play Rainbow Six Siege later today, so maybe that'll help with my itch. Moon Quartz. Mwah. They go to the forehead kissy. Also, Dragons in a Blaze with the 25 stream streak. No way. Thank you so much. You're a huge Powerline Goofy movie fan. No way. That's awesome. I love that for you. Goofy movie or Hercules? Like Hercules, like with Megara and everything like that? And Pegasus? And Phil? I got the itch for duty. I do. I'm like a zombie. Oh, yes. See, 20-year-old Pixel would have died for these. So they have these, like, dope arms, and they have this cut out, the Modern Warfare 3 cut out. Like, I'm so sorry, but tell me that this isn't the coolest fudging design ever. It's, like, all metal. Like, all of it is all metal. Oh, my God. Please tell me they look good. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Double hinge? Oh. Oh. I didn't realize they're double hinged. What do you think? Do they look good? Oh, I kind of like. Sorry about my bangs today. I washed my hair and I feel like straightening it. So my bangs are just doing whatever the heck that they want to do today. Moon Quartz are doing so good. I'm gonna send your letter. I letter or bust tomorrow, by the way, Moon Quartz. Like, if I don't send your letter tomorrow, bust. I will bust. I will Hank Hill. I'm about to bust if I don't send your letter out by tomorrow. Just so you know. It's like the digital jackets since COD lobbies are just as sweaty. Ew. These are sexy. I love these. These are just like the like gunner style. Oh, I love them. These are so nice, but I don't think they're on the website anymore, so you guys are just gonna have to enjoy them by being on my face. What do we think? Hug, marry, kiss. What would you guys do? Would you hug? Not me. Would you hug the glasses? Would you kiss the glasses? Or would you marry the glasses? What do you guys think? Hug, marry, kiss. I'm actually surprised that this doesn't, like, catch my hair or anything. 2023. Mary. Mary. Yeah, these are really nice. I really, really like. I think I like these more than the COD Alpha, which are the other ones we just tried on. And I really like those. Because clean that up that lead. Oh my god, yeah. Pain in the ass. Today I learned. Loki. Today I learned what PETA stood for. PITA. Never knew that. I don't think I've seen that before, PITA, much before. But today I learned that that's what that stood for. Hello, princess! Hello, God Silver Princess, Bravo Penguin. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. What are we trying on now? Oakland. I don't remember this one. Also, I did install Rainbow Six Siege, Bravo Penguin. But are you at work today? I'm so sorry. I don't know your schedule, and I should because I'm a bad streamer. I should know your schedule. These like look so tiny. They look so tiny. They're super like lightweight. Like, is there anything in here? They are. I was like, or there might be on my display, but no, it's so lightweight. I didn't think there'd be any glasses in here. These are so lightweight. Ooh, and grippy. Holy grip, Batman. So this grip reminds me a lot of the Borderlands Ripper grip. Super grippy. No double hinge, but super flexible. Yes! So after our gutter segment English, we're going to play some Rainbow Six Siege. If you're interested, no pressure. Ooh, I think it looks super cute in these. Ooh, I really like these. Hold on. Chill to chill. You're off work today! Worked the past 5 nights. Are you feeling better, by the way? The gunners got grippers. No dongles on these, though. But these, oh, here. I'm not in the right scene, sorry. Eyes lay me to sleep. Ooh, I feel like I would need nerd wax on these. I feel like I would need some nerd wax on these, because I could already feel that they're falling down. But they are super comfortable, and I really, really like how they look on me. I'm definitely interested. I just don't know if you'll want to play with me, because Siege can make me very angry. Hey, you know what? I don't gotta be in voice comms. Because didn't we play, like, a year and a half ago? However long it's been. I think you played with us, right? English? Because that's when you and Bravo started hanging out in the Discord all the time. Because you guys discovered you guys like Rainbow Six. Hi, Candy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say hello, late night Candy. These are just so light. I thought this was empty because it's so light. But no pressure. No pressure, English, but I'm gonna need to play with someone. Phenoms. Now, these are super heavy. I still play in a good bit. Limit games have not been great, though. Well, if you are looking to win, I don't know if you will want to play with me, because I'm really... I still don't know what I'm doing in that video game. And the last time I played was the last time I played it on stream. Oh, I forgot. These are, like, the super skinny ones. These are the Phenoms. I don't know why the case is, like... That is a case. That is a case. Oh, I know why. It's because it's like that higher ass quality one, right? Phenom. Oh no, that's the reading glasses. I don't want those. These are the legendary performance. So yeah, the better the performance level, basically the more expensive glasses, like the more like quality like case you get. That's what it was. Oh, English. Okay. Fair, valid, understandable. Also, Lulu. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Work at that baby in the back. Oh, look at the baby in the back. Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill, you got your bed back. Hi, puppy. And then hi. You want to say hello? Oh, sugar boy. So cute. So cute. Oh, my God. Bye, Lintone and Lintone have the breast night at work. Good cat or dog. Small things come in big packages. Ayo! Wink wonk. That's fair. English, I totally understand that. I'm the same way like with Dead by Daylight. It's like I always get like so like ugh if I don't play well. But I don't care how anyone else does. Oof, ow, I just slammed that on my finger. Jasper being a good doggo, he is being a good doggo. The breast doggo. Oh, you're already waiting for me. You're so cute. I'm gonna die. Girl, you know how this works. Okay, I'm so sorry. I cannot stand watching humans eat, but I can watch an animal eat all day, every day. They are just so cute. Come. Oh, you are so cute. I'm gonna throw up. Give it a good yeah, it did. Like, it's one of those, you know that one, like, alligator game when you had a kid where if you press the tooth, it would, like, slam on you? It's like, don't do that. That actually kind of hurt. Move, honey. Oh, man. Garen. Thumb on your... Don't give yourself Garen's thumb on your... What is that? I've never heard of that before. Is that something I should, like, not Google? By the way, should I not Google that? These are the Phenoms. This is the size lens, or this is the size frame that I used to wear as a kid. Like, when I first started wearing glasses, like, 9 years old. Oh, ew. If you guys want to know what I looked like when I was 9 years old, this is what I looked like. Oh, my God. I have nothing wrong with these glasses. Like, they look good on... Oh, that like really good on him. But on me, I just revert back to like 9-year-old Pixel. I just feel like I'm in 4th grade again, and I'm getting made fun of for wearing glasses. Oh no, I have to get these off. I can't. Oh man, that's so funny. Because that's like the exact same shape I used to wear when I was a kid. Eating some cute... Wait, what? Eating some cuties? Oh, you're so funny. I get cuties all the time. The like little tangerines, right? It's a gun thing. The M1 Garand is known for catching people's thumbs when reloading it with a stripper clip. Oh, I see. Well, thanks for doing me heck and teach. That's cool to know. Yeah. Bravo Penguin, same brain. Those look like the first glasses I got when I was 9. That's so funny. Stellar Bear. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Max, I will in a little bit. Do you mind? Do you mind if I wait a little bit? I'm so sorry, Angel. I want to get through a couple more glasses. Oh, the attaché. Yes. Oh! Yes, okay. Ow. Sophia. I'm trying to remember what I have up there, but it might be from the other box. Don't let me forget, though. I'll do it after the sponsor segment. Oh, Mod Chat? Heard. What am I trying on? The Sophia. I remember enjoying the Sophia. I know it's like a cheaper one. Yeah, $64. Not too shabby. I think I have the pink one. Yeah, I remember enjoying the Sophia. She's cute. I've messed up my long-range sight so much, I'm gonna almost definitely need glasses to drive. Really? So you don't at the moment? I have the thing on my driver's license where it's like I have to wear glasses while I'm driving because I'm blind AF. So these are Sophia's. No double hinge, but these are definitely more of like a tighter fit. Like I would not recommend these if you have a wide head. Ooh, but they fit so nice on me. Ooh, see, I love the tightness of these, because it's not like tight, but they just feel so good. Because what were the other glasses that I said that were just like slipping right off? Yeah, these are non-nerd wax needed, and they don't even have dongles. And this is the flavor of glasses I'm wearing right now. The Garnet Fade Crystal also comes in tortoiseshell and onyx. Mod chat, very fair. I really like these. I really like these. My youngest cracks me up. I looked over toward her little armchair, and she keeps randomly putting both of her feet in the air. So I just keep seeing these little two legs pop up over the back of the chair. That's so funny. So do you like just see like it from the back? Never really had a reason to get my permit and haven't got my license. Oh, that's fair. Actually, I know quite a few people that are like adults and don't have driver's license because they just have never needed one. I got a video. Oh, yes! Oh my god, it'd be so funny. Wear them as my niece throws them off my face. Oh, really? Oh, Max. How old is your niece again? It's just a baby. That was a Sophia. This is the Tokidoki Year of the Dragon. One of the first glasses that they sent me to do like a review on when I first got affiliated with Gunner. She's a year old, just a baby. Oh, so cute. Now, I did do a giveaway for these. I cannot remember who won them. I'm so sorry. But we did do a giveaway for these back when I first got them. This is another pair that they sent me. When they sent me, like, the big old boxes. And then I love the glasses case that this comes in. The, like, alligator skin, like, esque case. I don't know. It's so pretty. And then these, although they are the smaller frames, they don't give me that 9 years old pixel PTSD like I get from the Phenoms. So these are just definitely unique shape, but still cute. And these are the Year of the Dragon. And they're still available. Also double hinge. No way. And you can get them in every flavor of lenses, which is super dope. Ooh, the Clear Pro is so pretty with these. These are student. I really like these. And I really broke my heart to give these away because I really, really like them. Oh, Miss Vicious! We love Miss Vicious. I really was sad to give them away because I was like, they're not prescription. I have no use for them. But yeah, I think she must be wearing the Clear Pro because these don't look like the 35%. These are student. These are the 65%. I said 60 earlier. 65 is what I meant. My bad. Yeah, Tokidoki, You're the Dragon. One of the very first glasses they sent me. The very first pair I got was the... What did I get? The Ellipses. That Boo loves to have a little bit of as well. So this is when Boo was a puppy and was eating everything in my house. Yeah, so the Ellipses was the very first glass that they sent me. These are my prescription. And then I can't remember if they sent me the Loki, like Loki from Marvel. I don't know if they sent me those first or the Year of the Dragon. I want to say they sent me the Lokis first, and I gave those away. No, Ninjet won those. And then the Year of the Dragon. I don't remember who won these, though. They're really cute. Do kind of wish I had these in the script, but that's okay. But they're very stunning. I love all my Tokidoki glasses. Like, my mains are my Tokidoki Digital Princess. Enjoy your lurky. I'll double your hinge. Sounds like a threat. It's not a threat if I like it. Oh, my sneeze. Oh, my sneeze. Ah! Make it go away, make it go away, make it go away. I not take my allergy meds. Oh, I've been forgetting to take my daily vitamins. Maybe that's why I feel weird. Should that happen? Salud. Ah, gracias. Oh, there's another one here. I gotta pee. Do you guys mind? Do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? Oh, and then I could go check on my laundry too, because my laundry I need to put in my dryer. Take vitamins are right. I know. I totally forgot. Do you guys mind if I go pee? I thought I could hold it. I don't think I can hold it for another hour. You guys might have to go pee pee. Alright. I don't think Gunner will be able to hear my audio. Or maybe you guys won't be able to hear my audio. Someone won't... Either Gunner won't be able to hear the audio from the Be Right Back screen, or you guys won't be able to hear the audio from the Be Right Back screen. Someone's not gonna hear audio. It's okay. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. I just have to go pee and I have to go change my laundry from the washer to the dryer. So I will be right... Okay. Thank you for letting me do that, because I did not want my laundry to be sitting there wet for hours. So, and I knew I'd forget later too. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, where did we leave off? Attaché. Okay, these are the attaché. So I believe I got these in a box, the box that they sent to me. But I believe they sent me a pair of these as well in a mystery box promo that I did for them from when we're doing the mystery box promotion. They are actually really comfortable, and I know they're on the cheaper end yet. $85 signature collection, so no dongles. Just nice pair of glasses. I don't know. Do they look okay? I think they look okay. I think they look dongle. I think they look okay. I don't think they're my favorite on me, but I think they're super comfortable. I think these kind of glasses, this specific one, the attaché, however one pronounces it, is I think what I like about these is that they're kind of like the glasses that you put on and you kind of just like forget that you're wearing glasses. I don't know. Like there's no bells and whistles to them. There's nothing fancy about them. They're just like, I need to read or I need to see. And this is the tool in which helps me to see. And I think that's what I like about these. It really makes me want to sleep range it. No, I love that so much because dongle, first of all, is a very fun verbal stim. And then secondly, I don't know. There's something so fun about saying a verbal stim and then people just like repeating the verbal stim. I don't know. To me, that's community. That's community to me. It's like, why they look so good on her? Whatever. What was I gonna say? Oh, but like, yeah, like the Vine or TikTok or any other media verbal stems that you guys resonate with me. Lizard. Like, you know, I love when you guys all do lizards or like dongle. I don't know. I love it. It just makes me feel community. I don't know. It's silly, but I love it so much. It makes me so happy when we share our little verbal stems together. We're actually getting like pretty far into this box of goodies. Because we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We did 9 glasses last Monday. We've already done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've already done 12 glasses today, and we still have like a little bit less than an hour left. Not bad. You should hear me when I drive. Why? Is it just like a bunch of verbal stims, or what is it? Tell me. Let me in on what it's like for when you're driving. Really? Now, what triggers it? Just got done. Oh, for the first time, Neon's Bones? Did you do the good? How do I say this without spoiling? What did you do? What did you do? No, okay, I was about to say. I don't think it would be your first one. I can have a bunch of your verbal stims to selfishly use for myself because they make my brain happy. Good! That makes me so happy. And good boy, Astarion. Weak. I'm joking. I love that. Because is that the one? I think that's the one that's like, they'll never admit it, but that's the one that's canon, right? That's so funny. Oh, I just gleeked. Ew, I just gleeked all over my mouse pad. I'm telling you, this flavor makes me salivate so much. It's so good. I have a quick save if I want to do the alternate path. Man, I still need to finish my playthrough, my most recent playthrough that I've been doing of Baldur's Gate. I still haven't played it since I got to the Grove. But it's my dwarf character, who is my like new D&D character if I ever do another Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Yeah, okay, Raven, yeah. For me, it's usually I'm either singing the music or I'm just completely quiet. D&D, yeah, crazy. We've been doing one with our mods for 2 years now, and it's the only playthrough or the only campaign I've ever done. Because I didn't feel comfortable playing Dungeons & Dragons, even though I've wanted to for years and years and years and years. For years, I've always been interested in Dungeons & Dragons. But I've been so scared and nervous. I get really nervous to try new things. But ever since I played Baldur's Gate 3, it gave me that confidence to be like, okay, maybe I can understand a little bit about Dungeons and Dragons. And so Kyle, Bat Kyle, one of our mods, started a campaign for us. So we got Kyle, me, Music Kid, Delicate, Eclipse, and Spade System. And we've been doing a campaign for the past 2 years now. Imagine if you runs with my friends. I want to do a new campaign because I want to try this new character. Because this character that I created, so her name is first name Gefilta, last name Fish. And I thought it was so clever. I'm so funny, whatever. And she is a Circle of the Land druid tiefling. And I don't know, she doesn't have a story. She's just kind of like, I kind of like make her up as I go along. She's a little bit like me, but like chaotic. What did I make her? I think I made her chaotic neutral or chaotic good. I think she's chaotic neutral. I think that's what she is. And I don't know, I don't know. Like some sessions she's a little bit more sassy. Some sessions she's a little bit more sexy. And some sessions she's just like, you guys take the lead of this, you know? I feel like she's kind of a leader though. That's really the only like thing I have for her. That and online. Oh, you've done IRL? I've never done IRL. This is the only session I've ever done, or the only campaign I've ever done. I don't want to say this during a sponsor stream, so I'll post this warnings one in mod chat. Okay, I'm ready. Yo, I'm ready to hear this one. I almost read it out loud, by the way. I don't know if I've heard that stim before, but that is very funny. And not only is that like a fun thing to say, Raven, but the accent added to it. Ooh, I love a good accent. Guns are for losers. Mwah. They go with the forehead kiss you. Standard tiefling switch issues. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. What's up, Banana Bell? Banana Bell, happy Monday! Or Tuesday, depending on everyone's time zones. Because I know for our European and further, it's Tuesday now. A YouTube video I see. Damn. That's very funny. Oh, we only have 4 left in this box. Ooh. We have these. Let's just pull all 4 of these out. Oh, we'll do 2 at a time. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. My weekend was really good. Thank you for asking. My weekend was great. Super productive. Oh, no. No, Saturday was awful. I totally forgot I canceled stream on Saturday. I must have ate something on Friday night that didn't agree with me because I was throwing up. I was thrown up Saturday morning, and I like had the hardest time sleeping, and so I throwed up all Saturday morning. Ooh, so I got no sleep, and I just felt like blech all day on Saturday, even after like I got all like the oogies out, and so I canceled stream on Saturday, and that made me so sad because I really wanted to stream, but I was just like I had no energy, like not even energy to like do it without camera, you know. So Saturday was bad. But, no, it was not Chinese food. But I did have Chinese food, I think that next day. No, did I? Wait, no, that was yesterday. No, that was last week. No, I think I had, what did I have? Oh, chicken. I had some deli chicken from Jewel Osco. And chicken does that to me, though. Because sometimes it makes me sick. And then sometimes it doesn't. And so, I don't know. But it was chicken. Yeah, chicken does that to me, though. I don't know, I'm weird. But, because it was definitely the chicken. It's like, because you guys know, without being gross about it, like, you can, like, taste, like, what's coming up. Like, and that's what usually makes you sick. So, yeah, it was chicken. I totally forgot about that. But we did have Chinese a week ago, and that was delicious. Oh, I just remembered I had it, and it was so good. And now I'm sad because I don't have it anymore. Really? Raven, so she's never heard you say that? That's so funny. Hi, Shabby! No, you. Oh my god, yeah, so this cat just stares at me, just tells me, like, turn around and pet me, turn around and give me treats, turn around and give me attention, and he, like, wills it into existence, and he gets happy. Come here. Hey, come on. Oh, good boy. Yeah, so, he's a very aggressive cat. Yeah, mother, I want the attention. I'm nominating a PB&J with cinnamon bread. Yum. Yummy. But Sunday was good. Happy Mother's Day to everybody who is a mother or a mommy. Not too shabby. Earlier you weren't in chat, so I couldn't make the joke. Oh, you could still make the joke. We also quoted the same Vine at one point during the drive. Oh, really? Oh, that's so cute. I love that. That's adorable. Only one shabby? But how was everyone else this weekend? Yeah, besides Saturday, I mean, I still actually got a lot done. I still worked out that night. It was nice. I actually had a great workout on Saturday night. It was so funny because I felt like bleh, but I had a really great workout that night. Oh, Peppa! Almost a year. Holy. Peppa, thank you so much for the 11 months. Holy. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for your view and add your sub badge. Also, Peppa, thank you for the forehead kissy. You're low-key getting buff. What have you been working out? What have you been doing? I just been working on my treadmill. I haven't even been doing any weights recently because I've been so tired. Just treadmill. Dandy, good evening. Spec big. Arms, just arms. I was doing that for a couple weeks and then I just got tired. We'll see how I feel. Maybe I'll add some weights today. I'm just so tired, guys. And walks. Oh, fun. I love walking. I love walking. Kevin! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Do you guys see him? He's just staring at me. Look. He's doing like... If this chair could sustain him, he absolutely would jump on this chair. But the chair is so skinny, like he wouldn't be able to make it. Speaking of skinny, do you guys want to see my other cat? She's here. Yeah. So I didn't know she was here. Why are you like that? Why are you sitting like that? All right. So I didn't know she was here until I went up to go pee pee, and then I saw she was sitting on my box, and she's going right back to her box. All right. She ran right back to her box. She's such a weird girl. Anyhow. Yeah, and so that's midnight. That's my baby. I'm a monstrous beast. Don't feel pressure to push yourself. I had been working out my arms so nice and so well that I actually like went up, I think like 2 weight sets for me on like just like my dumbbells that I have at home. And then I just stopped. Let's arm wrestle. Oh my god. Okay. I feel pretty confident in my arms. Like, I don't know if there's anyone here right now who has felt my arms. I don't know. And anyone here saw me at TwitchCon? Because I know I flex my legs to a lot of people. Only a couple people got to feel my arms. My arms are pretty like, only in my dreams. Leon's Rose. I know exactly what scene you're at right now. All I'm gonna say is leg, knee. And then there's, Midnight Cat does not want to be on screen. She does not like it. She used to sleep on top of the chair. Remember when my chair had a pillow? Remember when my old chair had a pillow right here and she would sit on top of the pillow? I wonder if that pillow would fit on this chair. And then she could sit on the pillow again. I miss having Midnight sit on my pillow. It was so cute. Yeah? I'll try it. I'll try it after the sponsor segment. I'll see. Where is that? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Forgot my giant Meowth plushies on it. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, my leg muscles are insane. Like, holy shite. Like, I've never done it, but I bet I could crush, like, a pumpkin or a watermelon with my thighs. Like, I bet I can. My thigh muscles are insane. My biceps are pretty nice, though. They're not what I'd like to be. I want to be muscle mommy status. For Jasper, I think it's our last treat of the day, by the way. All right, you're gonna have to work for it. All right, can you do a spin? Can you do a spin? Good boy, good boy. Oh, really? Well, I mean, I don't really know what I'm doing, Jasper. Your name is Shabby. Sorry, I'm talking to Jasper. I don't really know what I'm doing, so you guys are gonna have to carry me. I don't want Ow! 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 me in between like his whole chompers. Owie! No more. That was 3. No more. That was so mean. Owie. I'm gonna pet you. Don't bite me. I'm gonna pet you. No, no, no. That would hurt. Oh my god. Hi, boy! Okay, the thing is, you guys are gonna have to, like, pray that my game lets me even stream it. Because I was able to stream it that one time. And I did have to end because my stream got, like, a little weird. But we were able to play it for a couple hours. But then, when I tried to play it last time, it was during, like, the Ubisoft servers were getting, like hacked or something. So I couldn't play it then. And so, I don't know what's gonna happen today. Also, you could be my muscle mommy. Oh, oh, that was really crunchy. Sorry. What was I saying? He craves the violence. Yeah, Jesser does. Oh, I forgot your boys are sleeping. We can always do Outlast Trials. You know what? Maybe. But I really want... I'm gonna play... If the game doesn't work, I'm at least gonna be in the game category so I can gift a sub and get my unicorn Twitch badge. Because I want that so bad. Also, everyone say hi to War. War is here. Really? Oh, Shabby, I'm sorry. Want me to crack her back? I really want the chunka. It goes until, I think, the 20th. But I'm not sure. It depends. I'm totally down to play it again within the next, like, week and a half that the drops are on. It just depends on how my PC handles it. I'm hoping that it'll be okay, but, you know, there would need to be an ASMR mic set up. Oh, slay. I'd do it. Because those crunches. Shabby, how tall are you? Because I know there's the one where, like, my brother does this one with me, where, like, you cross your arms, and he, like, will grab me, and then lift, and that's the one that we do. And then sometimes I'll have him walk on my back, but sometimes I can't get his fat butt on me. 5'9.5"? Oof. I don't know. Like, you're only 2 to 3 inches taller than me, so maybe I could do that to you. But I could walk in your back. Yeah. Yeah, I like walking. My brother walk on my back, and it sucks because, like, sometimes, like, it's my upper back that, like, it's like upper, like, right, I don't know, like, where my lungs are. I don't know. That's where, like, I'll get, like, a lot of really intense pain. I'm good right now. Like, I don't have any, like, it's to the point, like, my back will need a crack so badly where if I take a deep breath, it hurts. Like, my bones hurt. But I don't have that right now. But God, it's the worst. Between the shoulder blades, I need that pop. I feel like mine's, like, a little bit lower. I feel like if I had to pick, it's, like, if I'm going based off memory, I feel it's, like right here. Like, right here. But, like, it's, like, inside of me. Like, it's, like, I'll take a deep breath sometimes, and and I can't breathe because it hurts so much. Like, I feel my bones. What's up, Angry Light Switch? Welcome in. It's been my right shoulder that's been bothering me, and it's mostly muscle. Oh, so you need, like, a massage. But it hurts when people walk on you sometimes, but is it, like, it hurts, ow, stop, or it hurts so good? Because for me, it's a hurts so good thing. Jesus, did you guys hear that? Pixel cracking Shabby stream? I love back cracks. I love that. Could that be a rib thing? I feel like it's in my ribs. Oh, I'm talking about how sometimes I need to crack my back because sometimes, like, my rib cage inside of me, like, needs to get cracked. I don't know. It's so annoying. I don't need it right now, thank God. Because, like, sometimes I'll be so desperate, I'll have to tell my dad, like, hey, please crack my back. It hurts so much. But, luckily I haven't felt that way in, like, a month or so. Oh, last one I don't think I remember getting cracked. I think, you know what, maybe my back cracks I've been doing in this chair have been helping me a lot. Hi, Dwayne! It's very hard to tell the difference. Depends on the person, I suppose. Oh, like, who's be able to walk on you? I want my back crack. That's what we were talking about Angry Switch. I was like, should you do the one where, you know, like you grab your shoulders and then someone comes up behind you and then like lifts you up from your arms? It's like, do you want that back crack or do you want like someone to step on your back crack? Oh, really? Oh, Loki, I cannot wait to see that. Oh, you okay? I'll have to I'm gonna have to refluff the Boo beanbag chair to get him looking better on the dog cam. No, Bravo Penguin. I don't have it daily, but there are some weeks at a time where it will just be like I'm like literally like I'm breathing in right now just to make sure that it's not hurting. Like, you know how you get a stuffy nose and you're like, God, I took all those days for granted where I was able to breathe through my nose. Do you guys ever feel that way? Do you guys ever think that way? That's how I feel like when I get that really bad back pain, that like upper back pain. I think of all the times I was able to breathe without pain in my upper back, and I'm just trying to like at this moment I'm just trying to like be really grateful for the no back pain right now because it'll go on for like weeks on end. I'll just be like miserable, but right now I'm good, which I'm really grateful for. Oh, the no sore throat. Yes. Oh my God. Because I've had laryngitis like 3 times before and like lost my voice and everything. And that pain of like swallowing daggers. Oh, I'm so grateful. Yeah, no pain. No pain when I swallow. I'm good. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Just stretching, got really lightheaded. Oh, should I be worried? No, you should be. I think you're fine, right? I think that's normal, right? Also, hi, Jesus. Oh, are you like at the end part where you're just like coughing it out? Yeah. No sore throat, no stuffy nose. Yeah. I've heard a few people recommend a good chiropractor in Oak Lawn. I gotta see if my insurance will cover. Ooh, I hope you do. I hope it does. Because a good back crack, I think, would fix a lot of us. I did arms up and squeeze, but I didn't hold the stretch. Oh, you know what? One of my favorite stretches to do, I have so in my living room upstairs, I have a couple. Can you guys see this? If I lift my camera, no, she's kind of locked down. Damn, I have these like I don't know these parts of my ceiling that come down a little bit. Yeah, okay, I'll do it. I'll stretch. Sorry, Gunner. We're just gonna do a little stretch. So I have like a couple parts of my ceiling, like a couple like I don't know, load-bearing parts of my ceiling. I don't know. I'm not a chiropractor. I'm not a chiropractor. I'm not a contractor. I don't know. But these parts that come down off my ceiling that I love to stretch against. Oh, they're the perfect height for me to stretch against. Ooh, it makes me so happy. So now I'll just stretch up here. Oh, see, it's not as good because I'm lifting up too high, but that's all right. I'll do a little touch or toesy. Oh, see, that feels good. Popcorn ceiling. Ew! My parents have a popcorn ceiling, and it's so gross. But in the 90s and 2000s, it was like, you know, the thing. Hi, kitty cat. I'm not here to pet you, but I'll pet you since you're here. You are so cute. So cute. Yeah, Loki, doesn't he know? I think out of all my pets that trip me the most, Boo, I think is the number one tripper. You. Boo's my number one tripper. Jasper might be number 2. That's because he's so dumb. He'll sit on my stairs. I'm climbing up the stairs. The lights are off. It's completely dark in my house. I'm climbing up the stairs, and this stupid cat, he blends into my stairs. So I have gray carpet on my stairs. Gray cat, lights are off. I'm walking upstairs, and I step on him. I step right on his tail or something. I was like, move. You see me coming. Move. I can't see you. So now, ever since I did that, I have to walk up the stairs with some sort of light. Because God forbid I step on him again. What's up, Otter Gaming? Otter Gaming, I'm doing so good today. How are you doing? Also, Nightshade Jade. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yes, Jesus. That's what Boo does. And Boo tries to trip me the most on the stairs. Because either he'll walk up behind me, and he'll catch like the back of my Crocs while I'm walking up the stairs, or he'll like I was carrying my laundry downstairs, and he'll run in front of me and then stop at the base of the stairs, and I can't see him because like I'm carrying my laundry basket. So he's just a menace. Be right back. Oh, cool. They can't conceptualize that humans are at a much taller perspective. They don't know. That's why I work out the basement. I do my living room. That's where I work out. I did have all my stuff down here, but I just recently moved everything down to my living room because I realized that, like, if I'm not working, like, if I'm not streaming or editing or anything like that, I'm not in my basement. I literally am only in my basement in this setup when I'm working. Yes. Oh, it is. I love my basement because I get to stay so cool in here in the summertime. Oh, I love that this is like where my work setup is. Now I do have a fan in my living room that I'll use when I'm walking on my treadmill, but I haven't. No, because I started my Hobbit journey thing. When did I start that? In September. So no, I haven't experienced my treadmill or my walking pad in the summer. So I'm gonna have to see how that is in the summer. I used to be. Oh, you're Kill Switch. Okay, I like Otter Gaming. Don't get me wrong, Kill Switch is dope because we love Kill Switch. Engage is a dope band, but I like Otter Gaming. Are otters like some of like your favorite animals? What am I? Willie, mwah, think with a forehead kissy, and grab my ankles when I walk, and then goes between my feet immediately after my chest. It's like tell the cat, damn, I don't have 9 lives. Just because doing walks in the city library every now and then. I love my new treadmill. I got her on sale. I'm not gonna say how much she was. But it is not a walking pad. It's an actual like treadmill. It goes up to like 8.4 miles per hour. Have not gone there yet. But I did. What's the fastest I've done? 5.2? Just to see how it went. I got scared because it was like really fast. Because my walking pad only went up to 5, so it was nice to go up to 5.2. But now I'm just like I'm just like casually walking. I'm doing 3, anywhere between 3 and 3.6 is where I'm sitting right now for my miles per hour. I'm like just doing like just chill walks, just chill, because I don't have any like distance goals for me right now. For me, my only goal is just to make sure that I do it for at least for an hour. That's my only stuff I'm doing right now. Maybe. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. I'm on the top floor, so it's like a damn oven in the summer. AC works well, but I'm trying to save energy bills. Jesus, that's the worst. Oh, I'm so stubborn when it comes to heat and cooling. If it weren't for my pets and trying to make sure that they're comfortable, I would never turn on like my heat or my cooling. I'm so like, como se dice, stingy? No, what's the one where you're trying to save money? What's that one? Just want to say hi to my favorites. Oh, whatever! Dwayne, I hope you have the best day at work. Everyone say bye, Dwayne. Thank you for why you're so hot. Frugal! Thank you. Thank you. Oh, how nice it to have someone guess what word you're thinking of the first try. Thank you. Yes, frugal. I'm very frugal when it comes to my energy bill. Like my windows are open. I usually keep the windows open upstairs even when it gets cold, because upstairs does get hot very quickly. So I'll leave those windows open all the time pretty much. I get it from my mom. I love that. Thank you. That was lovely. Thank you. And so, oh god, whenever you guys guess what word I'm thinking of, because of my ADHD, I forget words a lot. Oh, you guys are really the best when it comes to that. This is the time of year we open it in the day and turn the heat on at night. Really? I can't do it. I can't turn the heat on. I can't do it. I just put on sweaters and blankets. Unless I can tell my cats are cold, I'm not doing it. I ain't doing it until I see like my cats or my dogs are cold. I am so stubborn. Because it is bye Dwayne. Bye Dwayne. Have a good day at work. But yeah, I'll have all my windows open during the day, and then I'll close them at night. I'll close them. But I'll leave the ones upstairs ajar. How are you not going to turn the heat on when it's going to be 35 tonight? I just put on blankets. Unless my, because my house will still be around like 64 degrees, which is pretty cold. But as long as my cats are comfortable, I'm okay with it. Teal. Teal. Let's see. Whatever. Oh, it also is fantastic when I'm working out too, light switch. Oh, nothing makes me happier. Yes. Alexa, turn front basement light blue.
All right.
But yeah. When I'm working out, oh, it's so nice when it's cold in the house. Oh, it's so nice. Oh, it's so lovely. Oh, really? I don't have it. Oh, I do have a garage. Idiot. I don't have a garage. I do have a garage. I just don't really spend a lot of time in there. Wow, I'm stupid. I don't have a garage. Literally have a garage. Keep all my shite in there. Your favorite colors? Hell yeah. But it's, oh, really? I can't do fans. Oh, I cannot stand when there's a fan blowing at me at night. Ugh, my ex was like that. Oh, he needed a fan all the time. And I'd always wake up like, water! Like, I'd always wake up with the sorest throat. And I could not stand it. So I'm very anti-fan. Now, sometimes during the summer, I'll have a fan that, like, goes in, on my windowsill. And I'll have the fan blow in, like, cool summer night. Sorry. I'll have the fan blow in cool summer night air. But, oh! El Diablo. Oh, wait! Spade said something. Hold on. I gotta scroll up. Spade said something. I saved the Grove and didn't die. That's enough honor mode for now. Honestly, the fact that you did that first try is really impressive, Spades. Because I think it was like my sixth. No, I did one like my fourth try. And then my sixth one. It was like my fourth and my sixth try. I was able to do the Grove. All the other ones I didn't make. There was one that I died at, like, the hyenas or whatever. In, like, the Grove area. You know, the werewolves or whatever you want to call it. I had to do the swamp way, though, and I convinced Kaga to help me. Oh, did you really? Oh. Yeah, I died once there. I need it! Yeah, that's literally me. More. Water! It does give me a stuffy nose if I'm facing it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, you're like in the best part, Leon's Moans. What are you gonna do with Harlep? The mud methods. Oh, I don't know if I would. I don't know if I did that in my honor mode. Get Lae'zel and Astarion far enough away, and they kept just spam healing each other until they could come help me and Karlach. Oh my god, that's what I did. That's what I did. Oh my god. Cause so when I did my honor mode, the one where I got the achievement, it took me. Oh my god. Act 2 was so annoying. I remember that Act 2 sucked. But once I got to Act 3, first try. I did not die once in Act 3. And what happened when I was fighting what's her name? Whatever. What's the crazy hot chick's name? Ori, what's her name? I'm blanking. I'm definitely keeping Gale in my party so I can yeah, I did the orb. The hot one that starts with the O. Orin! Thank you. Orin, thank you. When I was fighting Orin, I was down to Gale. Everyone in my party died, except for Gale. And Gale, I don't know how. I actually don't even know. I kind of like blacked out. But Gale was somehow able to leave the battle area. And I was able to go to, because everyone was dead. And I was able to go to Withers and heal everybody through Withers and bring them all back to life. And then I went and fought Orin again. And I was able to beat her. And that was the closest I got to dying. And then, of course, I did the Gale cheese, of course. Of course. If I was getting that far, my first try in Act 3, yeah, I was going to go with the Gale cheese. So, and then I got it. But yeah, Act 2 was annoying. Act 1 was a lot harder for me than Act 2. Act 1 was hardest. Act 2 was the second hardest. And Act 3, I skipped everything. I didn't do the Astarion battle or mission. I skipped everything that I could. All I did was just level up as much as I could, but I skipped all of like the big battles. I'm pretty sure I skipped the Astarion thing. Welcome back, Max. So I could turn invisible and run off if I need to. I had so many potions of invisibility. I hoarded those hyena ears to get as many swift potions as possible too. Yeah, Spades, yeah. Yeah. I have no shame. No shame. I killed Gale. I'll do it again. For my gold dice, I'll do it again. Also, Remy, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Oh my god. So I do have anonymous follows on. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the laugh. I love your username. Where were we? So, see, this is what happens. This is why I slow down so much. Oh, I didn't do a Char fight. No, I didn't do any of those Leon's modes. Not in my not in my Act 3 honor mode. Oh, really? Did you get the one in the Grove? The one that's by the bear. Under a rock. You just have to move the rock. Because that one, it's a nice amulet, but if you need something to feed him. I suck at interacting with people. Someone I haven't spoken to in 3 years just messaged me and in a good way, like, hey, how are you? Oh, really? What do they want? That makes me wonder, what do they want? What do they want? I'm not feeding him my only... Yeah. Yeah, if you're still in the Grove, it's by where the totem is. Also, Eclipsed. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah, it's by where the totem is, and it's past where you talk to the talking bear and what's his face? The guy with the eyeball. I'm sorry, I'm blanking so much. And you go down towards like the river, and there should be a bear there like fishing. And there's a rock. Volo, thank you. Oh god, what would I do without you guys? There should be a bear there fishing. Like catching fish in the river. And he's like, if you talk to him before Halsin, he's like, oh, I miss Halsin, where's Halsin, whatever. But there's a rock that you can interact with right next to him. And it's an amulet that, in my opinion, is a really good amulet. Especially if you have Astarion, because it gets rid of a negative status effect. And so if you have it, you can have him feed on you, make him happy, and then use the amulet to counter the status effect of you being like drained or whatever. What are we talking about? Oh, I'm telling Spades where they can find a magic item like that. Yeah, that's Jasper. But all the TREATSs have been used. Actually, 4 out of 5 treats have been used on Jasper. So he is plenty fed. It's through Xbox, but oh, really? It's through Xbox? I wonder if it's actually them then, Shabby. Did you ever talk to them on any other forum, or is it did you guys only ever talk on Xbox? How random. How random. I don't know. For me, I just assume if you haven't talked to me for 3 years and the first thing you say to me is, hi, how are you? I'm going to assume that you want something. Oh, well, he did. Welcome back, princess! Oh, whatever. I don't have any more hot dogs. I'm so sad. Dango's, it hasn't been 3 years. Yo, we haven't talked forever. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Well, that could just be like a nostalgic thing, eh? They're just like, hey, we want to yap. Another stretch? Alright, let me finish this glasses and I'll do another stretch for you. So that's how she felt when I said hi to her. At me? Never. No treat for Boo? He got one. He got one. Charlie had some cat treats. These are the World of Warcraft Sylvanas. Oh, yeah, here we go. There we go. And these are in the amber tint, right? Yeah, in the amber. Yeah. Well, he won't eat the dog treats. He'll only eat the cat ones because he's such a weird boy. And here are the Sylvanas and our Sylvanas cosplay right here. Dark Lady cosplay. But you know, we were both kids when we met. Oh, really? How interesting. Oh, he is a weird boy. Oh, wait, I think I missed something. I had someone do that to me recently. I'm like, I know exactly who wanted you to message me. See, okay. Interesting, Spades. I've had people like that. Not recently. Like, not in the past, like... Not recently. But I have had people do that. I could tell you who. Or not, it's all suspected. But I don't think it's for sure, but I think it's suspected. I remember you recommended Sylvanas to me that one time. I think the Sylvanas look good on everybody. I think these are just like a beautiful pair of glasses. We just not gonna acknowledge the Jaspy in the room? No. I shan't, actually. And then these are the Fallout Vault 33s. These are not prescription, so these are not my prescription, but I believe these are in the amber tint. So you have only seen me wear, you've only seen me wear them in the, in the 90% amber max tint, and these are the same glasses, but in the amber tint. So you can see them, how they look as like, quote unquote, normal glasses. And they look stunning, of course. My bangs are perfect. When people I haven't spoken to forever message me, it's usually a hey girl, MLM. No! That's funny. High school people. People we went to high school with. Yeah, these are the Fallout Vault 33s. Where are you? There they are. Oh, Dixie Clips! Yeah, these are stunning glasses. But I have them, as you guys have seen, many, many times, in the Amber Max flavor. I do really like them. It's just the regular Amber, though. They're quite lovely in the regular Amber. Ooh. Oh, they look so good in the sunnies, though. Oh, they look so good. Yeah, these are stunning. Hi, Phoenix! Oh, Eclipse, stop. You're gonna make me blush. Those would look devilish on you. Oh. Well, good thing I have them in the Amber Max flavor. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. No way! You have the sunnies for your husband? Oh, I think the sunnies are so pretty. I think I asked for the Brotherhood ones in sunnies. Let's see. Brotherhood. Where are you? There you are. I think I requested the Brotherhood in sunnies, and then I believe I requested the so another little like Brotherhood of Steel logo right there. And then I don't remember what I requested for the Lucky 38s. It may have just been the regular 65 actually. Now that I think about it. Oof. So pretty. Oh, I cannot wait. And they ship end of May. Oh, it's so exciting. So soon, TM. Soon, I agree. Oh, on your husband? Oh, I thought you were talking about the male model. I bet they look good on your husband. I don't know what they look like, though. I thought you were talking about the male model. We had to wait so long because they kept, like, delaying them. But hopefully they don't get delayed again and we get them end of May. These new Siegekins are so funny. All I know is the Solid Snake one. In Mains and Siege, we get to play the magic model. Siege is magic is the best game. Is the best game modes for fun. Is that the new limited time playlist war? I play healer so I can patch you up. Okay, good. So you guys are gonna have to teach me everything because I don't remember how to play Rainbow, and last time I played terribly. But I'm here for a good time, not a long time. They're all pink and girly pop. Oh, I cannot wait. Ooh. The Overwatch Ultimate, and then the Tahoe. Let's do the Tahoe first. And then that'll be it for this box. There we go. Look this way. Girls that do it just like you. Oof. Such a sleek, skinny box. Like, she's so skinny. Does it, War? Oh, I cannot wait. Oh, okay. This has to be a legendary one. What are these called? The Tahoe? $250, yeah. Oh, it's the Mythic. That's why the packaging's so fancy. I think this is like the like one of the most expensive pairs of glasses that you can get on Gunners. $250. Double hinge. Ooh, I feel like I'm too poor to put these on. Ooh. You can feel the quality on these. I'm not against how they look. They're definitely thinner frames than what I personally would like. But I feel like I'm too poor to be wearing these. No, Mythic Gunner, Mythic. But yeah, so the performance is Mythic, and I want to say that's like the highest. Oh, I'm trying to see like. Oh, I'm trying to see what the other ones are, but this one, it just feels like these feel like expensive glasses. I do want to put them in my mouth though. Like, look at them. An elevated, emo kid who got into business and is now a businessman. Oh, I forgot to do the stretch. I'll do the stretch in a second. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Yeah, these just feel really, really nice. Yeah, here's our emo kid that got into business. What's up, Diamure? Oh my god, perfect emote for this stream. Thank you. I love the ginger color your hair has faded to. You know what? The picture I just posted on Twitter today, Bravo Penguin, I was looking at my hair and was like, it kind of looks like flames, but I like the calico. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Princess. I know. There's just something super fancy about these. They're super comfortable too. I love them. These models are stunning. They're stunning, aren't they? I kind of don't want to take these off. They're really, really nice glasses. Damn. And they only come in slate, it looks like. Can you not fight, Jasper? Can we leave Midnight alone? He just kicked her off her box, and now she's upstairs because he's a fat bully. A big old bully. Oh, just that case. I feel like I'm too broke to be, like, touching this case. Alright, let's do a quick stretch. Ooh, actually, you know what, Max? I'm gonna do the stretch because we're about to come up towards the end of our Gunner segment. Let me do the last pair of glasses, and then we'll do our stretch. I promise. Come get your child. Yes, get the child. He's being such a bully. Alright. I love these glasses so much. These are the Overwatch Ultimate. And they are in stock for $69. Now, these are, like, they got all of the different heroes on them. Fun fact, I once wanted to be a model when I was a kid. Me too! My mom took me to, like, some modeling recruitment agency thing, but it ended up being a scam. It was a whole thing. I wanted to. I wanted it so bad, Spades. I made a deal with, like, one of my friends in high school that we were going to be in America's Next Top Model together. Like, we were going to apply once we turned 18. Neither of us did. Thank God. And, yeah. That was, like, the dream back when I was a kid. Thank God I didn't pursue that. But then I got hired to do lingerie modeling for my old job I used to work at. So that was fun. Also, with the Overwatch Ultimate, I can't think of any other glasses that I've played with that have, like, this much flex with them than the Overwatch Ultimates. Like, this flex is so fun. Dodge a bullet there, I agree. When I was 12, I had a doctor mark up my entire face and tell me I needed plastic surgery to make me look more white and pretty. That's insane. Okay, well, I'm trying not to get Persona G Fuel Jufas, but oh my god! What's the flavor for that one, Eclipse? Yeah, it's very wibbly wobbly. Now this again is a very like classic Gunner style as far as like the shape of here. I just wish that this was like a little bit more, I don't know. I wish, I don't know, the grip was like more on the end than on the top because it does pull my hair a little bit when I put it on. Oh, just a little bit. But besides that, I really enjoy them. I forgot. I'll look it up in a second. But besides that, these are very, very fun. I really, really love how flexible they are. Oh, and then here they are on the website. Oh, I knew these would look good. I knew these would look good in the 90% amber tint. Oh my god. Ooh. In the sunnies, they look good, right? And these are in the 65 that I have right now. The 35 is what I rock every day with my digital princess. Oh, I can see. Yay. And then the Clear Pro. I don't think I have any Clear Pro prescriptions, but I think I have a couple Clear Pros in, like, the glasses that I've been sent. I think maybe just one that I can think of. I don't remember what it was, but I think there's one somewhere. But I love the cleaning cloth. So cute. What if I just want the shaker? I don't think they, I think the only time they ever just sell just the shaker is when no one buys any of the stock and they just try to sell it solo. Which probably for Persona probably won't happen. Oh, the box sold out. Oh no! Yeah. Yeah, the only time I've ever seen the shakers sold separately is when they like have too much stock and they need to like put them on sale. Damn. Maybe on like eBay, because I see a lot of people sell that stuff on eBay. Alright, that is the end of our Gunner segment, homies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Also, we did finish this entire box of Gunners. There is another box and cat hair. There's a lot of cat hair in there. I do have another box that we can do next week, and then maybe, we'll see, I'll finally have the balls and cojones to message and request a bunch of new glasses. We'll see. But again, Gunner, thank you guys so much for being here. Sorry for all the audio issues. Yippee! And I'll see you guys next Monday. Everyone say bye, Gunner. Bye, Gunner. See you on next Monday. Alright. Give me 2 seconds to mess up with my audio, and I'll be right back. Hello? Your siege just crashed? Perfect timing. Alright, let me get my stretch in. Ooh, actually, let me change my thing to, drops, Rainbow Six Siege, yes, and then swap over to Rainbow Six Siege. Do not gift a sub right away if you guys want the badge, because I think it takes like a second for it to activate. 2 seconds up. I can, yes, Matt. Let me do a stretch and then Discord. Yeah, that badge, Mr. Ware. You beautiful model, you. Let me know, if, yeah, Ray Supernova, that's the one! That's so funny. Let me know if you guys, see the thing on the screen that says, do so-and-so for a Twitch drop. Make sure it's working. Okay, War. You better have waited, War. War, you better have waited! Did you get it? Oh. War! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Kipton, Rainbow Pilaf, Buttered Cat Dad, Munch Munchin, and Buddy RKS. War, that's a shenanigan. War, you get to pick. Oh, you can pick whatever you want. But I do have these 2 moonshines that I just got. A banana and an apple pie moonshine. So we can add this to the shots if you want. Or we can I can name the other shots if you guys will not. Also, War, give me a color. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. Moonshine, apple pie. Okay, my apple moonshine. Thank you. Yellow. Oh my god. Oh, look at you. A man who knows what he wants. I love it. Thank you. Sounds good. I'm gonna put all these glasses away because it's a mess right now. And then I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna check Discord. But did you get your badge? Yes, Eclipse. That sounds good. That sounds delicious, actually. Hello. Oh, look at me putting stuff back so beautifully. Something must be wrong. No, you didn't! You gotta wait a minute! You gotta wait a minute for it to come up! Hold on. Let me refresh. Damn it. Damn it, Wars. Why so great?
Less than 3.
Zarya! Zarya, thank you for the 18 months. Okay, so I can see it now. Okay, refresh. Refresh, War. See if you'll get it without doing a sub if you refresh. Because I have it on my screen now. Oh, I gotta give me a couple minutes, Eclipse. You have time. Also enjoyed the banana moonshine. Is Panda Pan still here? Because I know Panda Pan's wanted me to have the moonshine. Oh, no, we're not going to do the banana one. We'll do the apple pie one. That's right. Apple pie, yellow. Where'd you get the moonshine? Woodman's. Because I was going to get a full bottle of moonshine, but then all the flavors looked like ass. So I was like, I'm just going to do mini bottles. But Zarya, thank you so much for the 18 monthly. Zarya, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. I don't remember if I saw a brownie. All right, let's do a, oh, please. Oh. No crack. Oh, it did? Oh, that was nice. Yeah, I like that one. Damn it, Wars. Why shouldn't I wait? I'm so mad at you. Oh, do you like the bow? Thank you. I got it from Hot Topic. Hot Topic. You better have gotten it though. Oh my god, War. I also want to remind you, Ward, that it's only just one sub. Oh no, you're so mad. I have to drink more liquor. I also want to remind you, thank you for the war emote, Shabby. I also want to remind you guys that it's only just one sub if you want to get it. Ward, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Velvet the Pans Vulpix, Metri Crow, Youth Biscuits, Chili Pen, and King Elias. I know how to read. What's up, Gear? Suck it. Did you get it? Gear Grim. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. English. I don't think I could get any worse at the game. So I think it should be fine, right? Alright, let me check Discord. Oh my god, Max. Is this like a little, like, tiara? Hi, Rin! Oh, bye, Rin! Everyone say bye, Rin! Rin, thank you so much for hanging out. Have the best night ever, or day. But seriously, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate that. Oh, Max! Okay. Hold on. Chill. Chill on it. War, give me a cat or dog. Bravo Penguin, give me a color. You got it! Yay! Let's go! Pink! Okay. And then War, cat or dog. Bravo Penguin, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies to Stevie ATX, Damn Your Impulse Muffin, Mutant Possession, and Poison Eve Eclipse. Thank you, gifted sub to Mr. Ware. Anybody who just got gifted a sub, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. And for anybody who has gifted subs, enjoy your new Twitch badges. I don't even see. They give the forehead kissy. Wait, I want to get this up. Should it be random or who wants it most? Okay, I have one. Nightshade Jade. Hello? Thank you so much for giving this up to Purple Aztec Orc. What the heck? Purple Aztec, enjoy your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Jade, enjoy your new Twitch badge. I have to do mine too. I'm just gonna do random. Gift a specific, no, gift random. How do I gift random? How do I gift the sub? Oh, here we go. Gift 1 sub. Yeah. 1 sub. I want the badge too. Yay! Winray, enjoy
Hello?
your emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge! And I got the badge! Let's go! Yippee! Hell yeah. How do I get the sub? Well, I'm not used to it just doing 1. I usually do 5. Random unless you can think of someone. Nah, because I don't want people to start fighting. So I did 1. I just did random. The badge is super cute. I chose emo today. I choose emo every day. It's not a phase, Mom. I need a new point marker. Excuse me. Hello, permanent marker. Yes, you.
Hello?
Hello? Rootsy! Rootsy, thank you for giving sub to Pink Melon. I know how to read. Enjoy your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge, and enjoy your Twitch badge. Now wait until you see the game mode. Oh, I cannot wait. Here's hoping that the game actually, like, opens up and plays for me. Let me do our, wait, did you say cat or dog? 'Cause I was ignoring you. As I usually do. But did you say cat or dog? 'Cause I'm still gonna get you, like, your little kitty, but I want to do... Okay, cool. But because you did an extra 5, I'm gonna do the big one as well. Big one. The big one. Okay. And then, we're gonna do apple pie moonshine. This is a big glass, too, no? Like, can I do that all in one go? Also, thank you for the level 4 hype train. What the fudge? Are there new emotes to unlock? There's like a new emote to unlock, I think. Yeah, get your shot, get your shot, get your shot. Smash? Me? Or the apple pie moonshine? Oh, yeah, Cobalt, I agree. But at the very least, at least you guys are loved by me. If that counts. But from all the others, I'm guessing it's going to be magical. Look at this one! Look at this one. Look at that one. Ooh.
You have something more private in mind, no?
Ooh.
No, don't tell me. I'll let my imagination fill in the gaps.
Mr. Ware, thank you for the 5 million bits. Wah!
Hello?
Hello? Okay! Loki, thank you for gifting a sub to Almost Pie. Thank you for the 5 million bits, Mr. Ware. And Loki, thank you for gifting a sub to Almost Pie. I love you, but I hate your alerts. Hello. That makes me feel even better about it. I'm joking. Nuh-uh. Don't take these backsies. Almost just spit everywhere. Sorry, you guys liked it. Remember when I gleeked earlier? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Do I do comms? I won't, if you guys are okay with that. You guys can do comms. Whoever wants to, like, join the Discord or whatever and do comms in the Discord, that is up to you. I probably won't do comms because, yeah, my brain. And I'm gonna be drinking, so you guys don't want it anyway. But yeah, again, I'm gonna put it out there. I have no clue what I'm doing with Rainbow Six Siege. I thought I knew what I was doing last time I played, and then I died, like, every single time. I think I killed, like, 1 person for every 8 deaths. So, yeah. Just stay pretty. We got you. All right. Oh, let me get your cat, too. Okay. All right, let's open this. That's how my first few days of Rainbow Six... Okay, cool. So is that just me? Cobalt? Is that the... My little Crobat? Crobat, Goldite? Is that my hottest, tallest, handsomest, most amazingest, and my favorite viewer in this entire room right now, Cobalt? Oh, Shabby, yeah, I will. Give me a couple minutes, though. If you don't mind. Oof. Do I need to shake this up? No, right? Oh my god. Isn't 17%? It's 35%. Wow! I don't know why I thought it was 17%. 35, which is, I mean, it's still on the lower end, right? It's not, I have to. If it's going in my mouth, I'm going to smell it. I don't know. Okay, wait, who's playing with us? Shabby, War, Bravo. English, you're playing, right? Me. How many people are in the lobby? Rootsy? Question mark? Okay. Cheers. Yeah, English, yeah. Alright. L'chaim. Salud. What was the one in French? I will never remember, but one day I will. Also, thank you for the level 5 hype train. I just read that. Holy shite. 6 in the lobby? Okay. Yeah, Bravo Penguin got me that, right? Because Rootsy got me the Swiffer. Yeah, Bravo Penguin got me the Nidoking and the Crobat. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Okay. Oh my god. Why is it spicy? That's not bad. Oh no, I went back for seconds. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Which one was that? That was the apple pie. Oh, you forgot about the Swiffer? I haven't, because I love it very much. If someone wants a spot, I can step out. We could we'll see what happens when we get loaded in. Only never play it. I don't remember if I bought it or if it was gifted to me from the Ubisoft. The best time to find a fight I've never encountered before. No way, Spades. Where are you? Also, Jade, this emote is so cute. Is this yours? It is! This is yours? That's so good. Beer back. Oh, God. Cal, it wasn't so bad. Oh my god. Rootsy, I think that's okay. I think, or that is a good idea. For something, right? Ooh. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. And thank you guys for the hype train! Level 5 hype train. I did get a new... What is this emote? This emote is so fun! Emu load? Stop. I like mine better than your guys. I like... I like my emote better. I like mine. That's so cute. There's spiders teleporting to me? Wait. Are you in that one place? Oh, I want the emu. We gotta do another hype train. Can I trade? Yeah. Wait, do I have this one? What's it called? Rage Out. Rage. Ooh, that is not how you spell oot. Oh, I do have it. Oh. Fuck. There we go. Shut up, Eclipse. Wait, Eclipse, did you take your shot? No, the emu one is so good. I love that one. Yeah, I like the emu one. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Well, you gotta do another hype train. I'm joking. I don't have the emu. Okay. Alright, everyone shut up. I gotta finish making these little kitty cats. Oh my god. Guys make me sick. Oh, this might be too much, and I'm so sorry. Oh, you guys make me sick. If it's too much, just tell me in the mod chat if it's too much. Whatever. Let me live my life the way that I want to live my life. Oh my god. All right. War and Bravo. Okay, let me know if it's too much. Oh my god! With her Twitch emote, do it. Do it to Bumpy. Wait, hold on. War and Bravo. War has a little collar that says BP for Bravo Penguin, and Bravo Penguin has a little collar that says WH for War is here. So there you go. I still have to do your kitty, though. I still have to do your little kitty cat. The big kitty cat, excuse me. That's cute. We're matching. Oh, yeah, you guys make me sick. I'm joking. Y'all gonna have me abandoning Cyberpunk for Baldur's Gate? And... Wait, what should my next shot be? Because there was 2 more 5 good. I don't know if I'll do 2 more shots. I'll do 1 more shot for sure. Should we do the banana moonshine? Bravo and War are gonna have to come to consensus on this. Should I do the banana moonshine? The tequilas, because there's 2 tequilas. Malort, rum, Pink Whitney, or vodka. Hi, Mad-Eye! Mad-Eye, what's up? How's work, Ben? I hope you're doing so good. Everyone tell Mad-Eye how hot and tall and talented how handsome he is. And mail you some Yukon. Oh, okay! That's what I was going to tell you. I looked in my Woodman's. They did not have Yukon Jack. They told me they might have a mini of it, but I didn't see the mini bottles either. So they didn't have any. Because I did look. When I was getting the liquor, or the tequila that Bravo Penguin suggested, I did not see any Yukon Jack. But I did look for it. I totally forgot to tell you. I did look for it. What kitty cat should we make for War? Oh, really? Okay, so I'm just gonna keep a look out for it wherever I go. Then I haven't tried Binny's yet. I only looked at one place, so I'll try looking at Binny's. What kind of little kitty cat do we want to do for you? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do like a little Pokemon face. It's like the same face I used to make when I was drawing Pokemon. Oh, it's an angry kitty. Oh, he's so angry. I love him. Oh, he's so like kawaii, like angry though. What if I just have you carrying a hatchet? Is that like too scary? Yeah, okay. Well, this is War, right? I don't know. It's different. Oh, there's another one? What's this one? Oh, huh? Oh, those are so cute. Whatever, guys. So this is War's new kitty. He's holding a hatchet, and he's got, like, Pokemon Angie eyes. And he's so cute. I actually love him. I actually love him very much. Evil! There's evil afoot. Yeah, this one's really cute. I like this one a lot. Oh! Yeah, I like that one. Thank you, War. I love it. Good. Wait, what was the vote for the next liquor? In the meantime, I'm going to open up the game. And we're going to pray to God that it opens and it works, right? Evil feet. Oh, Banana has 2 votes. Oh, I'm glad one of us is paying attention. Let me get Panda Pants. Panda. Oh, is Panda Pants here? Hold on. Panda. Are you here, lovely? Because I didn't want to take this shot if they weren't here. In the hype train category, I like the dog. A gift for you. That one's cute. Oh, Down Bad is so cute too. Alright, we're gonna pray to God that this game opens and it doesn't turn off my PC. Why does my camera look different? Oh, that's why. There we go. But Mad Eye, you are so missed. But I hope you're dirty, flirty, and thriving. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bye, Cobalt! You don't gotta apologize. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put my Opera GX back on. Opera GX. There we go. We have 50 people! If we have 100 more people download Opera GX, oh, let me turn off this because we're not sponsored by Gunner right now. If we have 100 more people download Opera GX by the end of the month, I'm gonna give away a Steam code. So just the code. You're not gonna get this physical thing. Just the Steam code. For the Resident Evil Deluxe Edition, which is the DLC version. So there's a code in here. So this is the disc. Oh, I forgot that it came with like a little card. So this is the disc, but on the back of this disc has the code. Ooh, I can see it, but you guys can't. So on the back of this disc has a code that I'm gonna give away. To whoever wins the giveaway if we hit 150 downloads for Opera GX by the end of the month. By the end of the month! Can we do it? Yes, we can! Let me pin this message. You hear? You hear? You hear? Perfect. Also, Babo Penguin. That's why you're my favorite. Yeah. But Cobalt, have the best night ever. Alright, Rainbow Six is still opening. It's optimizing shaders! On God, I opened this earlier today. Alright. Maybe I should have opened this earlier. I swear to God. Oh, it's at 72%. We're good. Okay. I swear to God, I opened this game earlier. I changed all the settings. No. I literally changed all the settings. I opened it up. Okay, so we're good. It's already at 100%. We're good. But I'm so annoyed because I opened up everything. The only thing I did differently was I reset my PC afterwards. So maybe that's why. I think it's just PC only. I'm not sure about the tabletto. I'm gonna lab it together. Oh my God, thank you. That is so hot and talented and handsome of you. My game opened on the wrong monitor. Hold on. And it didn't do that last time, by the way. Oh! Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can open it on the right monitor. The left monitor. Okay. Alright, so the quick commands aren't working. Let me see if I can open it. Because it didn't open on this one earlier, so let's see. Display. Alright, apply. Alright, there we go. Cool. Alright, now it's on the right monitor. Graphics. No! I had you on low settings. Every time, this video game. Every time. Every time. Okay. Oh, mod chat, you're so funny. Sorry, I have to do old pixel lore stuff. Oh my God. Hello. All caps. No, I need to teach you stuff. I need to teach things. Sorry, I just wanted to help. Alice, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. All right, I have to change one more setting. Hold on, because we're not in windowed anymore. For the record, I changed all these settings before stream. Borderless. She turned down. Enjoy your lurky turkey, my love. Shut the fuck up. Never. You can't make me. All right. You guys are going to have to be very hot and tall and talented and handsome for me. And Jasper is going to have to stop chasing Midnight around like a little bitch. That's what I thought. Anywho. Can we hear the game? Do we need it louder? Softer? What do we... I feel like we need it louder. Also, everyone say hello to Solid Snake. Hi, Solid Snake! I feel like it needs to be louder, no? Oh! Alice, thank you for the 7th stream strike! Wait, what? Bottom right. Start with a secure account. Should I, like... Before you breach, secure your most important asset. Your account. I don't have an account. Scroll through them. What? Scroll through what? Oh, I see. Oh, claim free grift. Claim your free gift. Oh, he's so cute. Is this where I have friend requests? Social. Add friends. DM me cake. Is that one of you guys? Which one of you is this? Welcome back, Max. That's me? Alright. That's more, of course it is. That's funny. That's very funny. View invite. Oh, no, went away. Why was it like so big? Did you see that? Invites have been sent. I might need another one. Unless it's in my, like, is it in my messages maybe? Oh, it might be in my messages. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Accept. I have to make sure that voice chat's not on. Alright, 4 to 6. Okay. Options. Audio. Subtitle. Voice chat. Disabled! Yippee! Okay. Locker. Operators. I don't know what any of this means. Okay, so theoretically, oh, wants to be my friend. Oh, shite. Hi, Shadowhawk. See, I know who that person is. I think I was gifted by Ubisoft a season pass. If I were a season pass, where would I be to check that? Would it be Battle Pass? Oh! Shift F2. Shift F2. English eggs. Who's that guy? Shadowhawk, literally know you. Errands are done. What are you doing at this god hour of the night? I'm joking. What are packs? What are these? Open now. What does that mean? Mostly bark. Rare. Equipped to all. Confirm equipment. Okay. I don't know what I just did. Let me have whites. Huh? Claim free gifts, which we already did, right? How does one see their... How does one see their... I don't know. That's fair English. That's funny, though. All right, what are we doing for our last shot? Oh, I made that. That's fine. What are we doing? I want to save the banana one for when Panda Pants here, because Panda Pants told me to get this one. Should we do our tequila that Bravo Penguin suggested? Espolon? Hi, Haiku! Oh, no, you're totally good, English. English, you are more than welcome to play with us as little or as much as you like. Look at this shot glass. That is very clean. That is a very clean shot glass. Everyone say hi, Haku. Haku, happy Monday. I have crossplay on. Tequila. Sorry, I'm modeling my shirt right now. Did I say short? Shut the fuck up. You're having tequila seltzer? Yuck. Haku, mwah. Think of the 4 I kissy. I use my VC card online. I use it on the app. The pink app. Because I want to get all my free shit. My points. My coupons.
Kill it.
Playing Siege just add up in my head for some reason. Faulty, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big Siege player, but I'm a Siege enjoyer. Do I know what I'm doing? No. Am I having fun doing it? Sometimes. What's up, Faulty? Ugh. Alright. Cheers. Thank you for all of the subs. You guys are very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Yeah, we only have 4 people in our lobby right now, I think. Can I see who's in our lobby? Pixel, DM me Cake, War, aka War, Bravo Penguin English, and maybe you. Yummy! I love alcohol. Yeah. The less serious you can take Siege, the better. Oh, yay! Okay, good. Oh, shit! We're getting to a game! Wait! Do I play this on controller? Wait! I feel like I should play this on controller. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, we're not in a game. Okay, we're good. Okay. Cool. I got nervous. Aw, well, I'm glad you guys are played with me. Yeah, I've always, because even when I used to play Call of Duty, it was always on controller. I've never played Call of Duty on mouse and keyboard before. I'm not against it, it's just like what I grew up playing was just on controller. Because I didn't have a PC until, what, 2021? 2021 was my first PC. It was not a great PC, but yeah. Yeah, we'll have Shabby join us whenever he can, and then, yeah, I'm ready to go. Sorry. I'm too tired to even do my loading up right now. Oh, sorry. That was an inside thought that became an outside action. I blame the tequila. Yippee! Guys, it's 11/11. Make a wish. Just kidding. It's only May 11th. Zombie! Everyone say hi, Zombie Magic. Look at my calendar. Isn't it so cool? Hi, goofball. I've never been a goof in my life ever. Everyone tells Zombie Magic how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Guys, I'm excited to play it, but I'm scared because it's going to be so bad. A match has begun. No, I'm going to be so bad. That's all right. Oh, shite. Classic pals versus fluffy friends. Which ones are we? So fun fact, I played the tutorial for this when I first played. I don't know any of these. I don't know any of these.
I also bits.
Slasher Bunny, what the fudge? Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Everyone tell Slasher Bunny how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. All right, I'll let everyone else pick one, and I'll pick whatever's not picked. Dash into bed, take them out, or burst through. Oh. Yeah. Wait. Did I pick one? I wanted to be the unicorn. Wait, I want to be the unicorn. Okay, the music is so good. Can you guys hear the music? You're so kind. I've never been nice a day in my life. What do you mean? Sasha, buddy, hope you're doing so good, sweet angel. Have we dropped any frames yet? Are we still good?
This is the third bear.
What? Where are we?
Another one.
What is happening? Why are you guys all different colors? And why do I only have a pistol? Guys, I'm scared. Why do I only have a pistol? Ah! Wait, change operator. No, I want to change operator! I don't want a pistol. I want something better. Mode. Oh, it's pistols only? Oh, no, 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 no. Ah! Oh, shite. Oh, no, no. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting used to the sensitivity, which is not good, by the way. The sensitivity is not good.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Mr. Bear is under attack! Oh my god! They're hurting Mr. Bear. Oh, hey, hey!
Was being attacked.
Hold on. Let her get used to it. I don't. What's up, Graveside? Holy shit! I'm gonna say hi, Graveside. Graveside, you're so hot and tall and talented. Wait, wait!
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Mr. Bear is in danger. Mr. Bear! Oh, you can't jump in this game?
Loading new bag.
Loading new bag. You can't jump?
Reload.
Is there team killing? Oh, that wasn't me. That wasn't me! Oh, that's a flash grenade. That's funny. That's very funny. Hi, Graveside! Graveside, I hope you're doing so good! I have no idea what I'm doing, and my sensitivity is really shite. I'm not gonna lie. My sensitivity is really bad. That's alright. Maybe I kind of do want to play a mouse and keyboard. Maybe I kind of want to do mouse and keyboard. You know what I'm saying?
Only 30 seconds remain.
I got scared. Sorry. Hi, Sergeant Larry.
I'm in danger.
Oh, stop it! I'm not in danger. The bear's in danger! Okay, the bear's in danger!
I like this game. Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Mr. Bear's being attacked! This is so funny.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Mr. Bear, hold on. How do I get there?
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear! I can't. I don't know what's happening.
Attacking Mr. Bear.
This is so funny. What is happening? What is happening?
5
What?
years, let's go.
Shut up, Kyle. Extra stuffing, a health boost reviver. Template. Yeah, okay, someone else did that. That's fine. Oh, Tachanka! Tachanka! That's what you guys can get if you guys subscribe or gift a sub. You get the Tachanka sub badge or Twitch badge. Thank you for the 5 years. Holy shite! Don't let me forget after this game. Shoot for the buddy. Shoot for the buddy. Okay. You're thinking that I can aim in this game. My sensitivity is really off in this game. My sensitivity is so weird. I wonder. Oh, whoa, whoa. I don't know. I play on what 4600 or 4800 DPI? My DPI is way too high for this. Hold on. You know what? Let's go protect. Can I protect the bear? I want to protect the bear. I feel like I should protect the bear. No. I don't know how to get to the bear. Hold on. Let me get to her. There's 3 of them! Wait! Okay. I don't know how to get to my bear. But there were 3 people there. How do I get to my bear?
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Ah! Ah!
2 minutes of playtime remain.
I'm scared. I have no clue where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. English seems to know what... Guys, I'm scared. Ah! How did you know where I was? Thank you for the 40 stream streak, Essential Irish Queen. You know what? I'm gonna go attack you. See if I care about being attacked. See if I care. Oh, why can't I go through here?
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Ah! Ah! Okay, how are you guys shooting so quickly? Hold on, let me try mouse and keyboard for a second.
I'm reloading.
1 minute remains.
Let me try mouse and keyboard, cause you shoot so slow. What the heck? Oh my god. Sorry, my DPI is super fast.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Oh my god, look at my DPI. How to reload? Is R reload? Okay.
Danger.
What is that? What is that?
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
How do I just crouch? Is it C is crouch? Oh, C is crouch. Okay.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Shift is show your dick.
Only 30 seconds remain.
What is this? Is there team killing? There is not team killing. That's the worst butthole. War, move your fat ass. Oh, look at my penis! Oh no! Look at my.
Left. Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Wait, hold on. No. That was so funny. Oh, what's up, Nyquist? Everyone tell Nyquist how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. I'm sorry, my DPI is super fast. Oh my god. Do not let me forget. As soon as this game is over, we gotta get a, what is this? Sure. Yeah. We gotta, get Kyle's Pokemon card. You hate that they put shields in this mode? I have died every single time, but I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm so sorry, but I'm having the greatest time doing nothing. I'm having the greatest time doing absolutely nothing. War's Butthole is gonna be another alt account. Oh my god. NyQuil slogan? The joke. What is the NyQuil slogan?
Destroy the fake Mr. Bear.
Oh yeah, that's so much faster on mouse and keyboard. But my I feel like my ADS is so bad because I don't I play with like such high DPI. Oh my god! I got my first kill! Everybody tell me how awesome I am and then give me lots of subscribers. Because I finally got my first kill.
Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Okay, so I didn't get my second kill, but I got my first kill. Thank you, Essential Irish Queen. Thank you. I thought so too.
Meanies were attacking.
Why the hell is
Mr.
the room
Bear.
spinning medicine? Interesting.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear. Nap time was in 2 minutes.
Nap time's in 2 minutes.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Hey! Hey, hey. Okay, pay attention.
Mr.
War.
Bear was in danger.
Tell me where to go. Hey! Oh, I killed somebody!
Bear was being
Get shit on. Get shit on, noob.
Mr. Bear was in danger. Mr. Bear was gravely wounded.
Mr. Bear is
Meanies were
gravely
hurting Mr.
wounded.
Bear.
I'll kill Mr. Bear. No way! No way! No way! Me! Me!
Mr. Bear was under attack.
You guys are so bad at this video game. I'm so much better than you are.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear was missing half his stitching.
Well,
Meanies
Mr.
were
Bear should
hurting
get that
Mr.
figured out, huh?
1 minute remained.
I don't know where I'm going, but I feel like I'm going the right way, right?
Being attacked.
Yo, that bear is getting fucked. Where's our bear?
was
Or
in
where's their bear?
danger.
Yo, aiming sucks in this video game. Holy shit.
Reload.
Don't shoot me. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that.
Seconds were left.
I have no clue what I'm doing, but I'm having the best time. Doing absolutely nothing. Oh my god, this is the best game I've ever played.
If you require deplaning assistance, please remain knocked out until the end of the match.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Can you guys stop losing? Because I'm obviously killing everybody.
The final victory has gone to the
Unbearable defeat! I'm gonna cry! This is so funny! Welcome back, Shabby! Alright, don't start a game. I gotta get a, don't start a game. I have to get a Pokemon card for Kyle, and it's gonna take me a minute. You had double my deaths? Well, to be fair, you were also probably running into the map more than I was, because I was just crouched the entire time. I'm so sorry. How do I pronounce your name? Horoloco? Leave the forehead kissy. I'll poke you, Kyle's mine. I had 9? Are you saying that I had 3 kills? Oh, do you love it? Where's my forehead kissy, Horoloco? I'm joking. For 5 years, Kyle? Oh, it's perfect. Loco, I love it. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream where I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm here for a good time, not a long time. If I've missed anyone's messages, it's because I'm a bad streamer and I dropped out of college, so I don't know how to read. Na 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 na. Bad Kyle. For 5 years. Can you believe it's been 5 years, Kyle? Can you believe it? Also, I really have to pee. Do you guys mind? Invite should work now? All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna give Kyle his Pokemon card, and I'm gonna go pee, and then you guys can invite Shabby. You're the best streamer. You don't have to lie to me. You don't have to lie. Oh! Oh my god. Only 4 people have a 5-year badge, and here I am already duplicating Pokemon. Kyle, you are a giraffe rig. Thank you so much for the 5 years. Have a good night, Max. Everyone say good night, Max. Only takes me like 30 seconds. Okay, well, it's gonna take me like 2 minutes. All right. Ugh, thank you so much for the 5 years. Very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. 5 years. Thank you so much. That's 60 months. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Go pee or hit your knee. Oh, and I'll play an ad too while I'm gone. Be right back. Oh, go. He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power? And then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost and then I get the save. Or he's gonna— oh my god! She let go! Alright, now I get Hatch. On God, I get Hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. This Hatch win brought to you by Gunner Optics. Use code PIXEL2025. I only had to sacrifice every single one of my teammates, but at the end it was worth it. Thank you, team. Don't talk about milk in front of And sloth. Shabby, I did my Duolingo for the day, and there was a baby raccoon in my backyard. Yippee. And hasn't said a thing. Ready? I'm ready. Freddy. The past. I think I'm gonna stick with mouse and keyboard. Baby animals are the cutest. I saw a baby. Oh, wrong button. I saw a baby goslings on the road when I was driving to my parents' house yesterday. They were so cute. How's everyone today? I'm actually doing really well today. How are you doing? Slash a bunny, my love. Has a chihuahua, so when you're loading to the game, I'll try and show you. One of the character cards has a chihuahua. You show me whatever you want, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just here. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. You'll see. I cannot wait. Should I open a Pokemon pack today? I did bring 2 Pokemon packs downstairs. Maybe we could do one after next game. I have a Mega Evolution and Journey Together. Oh, when you select a character and it shows them doing a little pose. Let's see then. Air Cute 1. Oh my god. So is this the same map and same like objective every time? I'm gonna try to play on mouse and keyboard, I'm thinking. Okay. You won't see it unless you go to norms. Okay. Wait. Full squad! Yippee! I can't wait to disappoint each and every one of you. This lobby music is so fun. Someone said that earlier, and I agree. This is so much fun. Like, this would be so much fun for, like, a starting soon screen. The bum, 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 bum. That is so much fun! I love this! Is me. As long as it's not me. I'm here for comic relief, guys.
Sweetie, please, stop taking toys from the giveaway box.
is there friendly fire? I thought I tried to shoot at War, but
Mr.
maybe
Bear
I...
needed
Hold on.
protection until that teddy was gone.
Wait, is there friendly fire?
Reloading.
I can't tell. Are you dying? Die faster. Not okay, good, okay. See? You were worried for nothing. Alright, let's go attack. Oh! No, no! Shabby! Help! Arurame! Careful, Shabby! Careful, Shabby!
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Yeah, Shabby! Get his ass! Get his ass! Yeah, that's my teammate. Alright, well, thing is, I don't know how to throw this thing. Oh, it's G? Oh! Okay, Shabby, my bad.
Minutes were left
Okay.
to play.
Get behind me, I have a shield. Shabby, behind us! Oh. What the hell? Get 5 kills with a handgun? I'll do it again. Ah! This is fun. Oh, I'm having so much fun. Don't forget, the reason why we're playing this game, besides the fact that this is fun as shit, is because there is a new Twitch. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, wait. What? I gotta find out what melee is. What's melee on mouse and
Mr.
keyboard?
Bear was under attack.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Bear
love.
didn't look so
What's melee on mouse and keyboard? Does anybody know?
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Oh, okay, not that one.
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Oh,
1
oh,
minute
V
remained.
seems to be like a bash.
Mr. Bear
Okay,
was
I don't know
under
where I'm
attack.
going. Okay, there we go. Maybe V?
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Oh, but what I'm trying to say is that there is a Twitch badge you guys can unlock by either gifting a sub or subbing to the stream yourself, and you'll get a Tachanka badge or whatever it's called.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Whoa! No, 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 no! Let me! No, no, no! Why can't I shoot you? Okay. Wait, why couldn't I shoot you? It wouldn't let me ADS.
The meanies hurt Mr. Bear really bad.
Alright, does anyone know? Oh, does anyone know how to melee in mouse and keyboard? Is it V? Because V lets me do this like push, but I'm not sure if that's the melee. You know what I mean? I can't go this way, right? Okay, that's fine. Okay.
It
No!
was over, but the friends had lost.
How do you guys shoot with that recoil on mouse and keyboard? Or mouse and keyboard might. Wait, what? I wonder what sensitivity everyone's playing on, because I have like what, 3600, 4800 DPI. My DPI is crazy. Tachanka! Tachanka! Yeah. I'm liking this build. Oh, there's the Chihuahua. Is this the Chihuahua you talked about? The aforementioned Chihuahua that Fenrir has? That is so funny. Oh, I love this. Okay. I like Smoke. The Smoke outfit is super cute. I would wear the IRL. 5 cents on 4. Yeah, see, I think 400 DPI. 400, 800 DPI I think would be like so good. My DPI is way too high for this. And I don't know. On my old Razer mouse, I used to have presets, and I loved that. But on this mouse that I have now, it doesn't have presets.
Mr. Bear needed protection until that teddy was gone.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have presets. Oh, I should have jumped down. Whoa! Ah! Smoke Teddy, activate! Ah! Did you? They broke a wall. I didn't know they could do that. 1600. I think I'm at 4800 or 3600 or 4800 API, which is way too high for this, in my humblest opinion.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
She's camping! V! Ah,
Meanies
damn.
were hurting Mr. Bear.
Don't look at me in that tone of voice. Wait, me or the bear? Meanies are hurting Mr. Bear. It's so funny. Oh, look at you looking at me. You're so cute. I love them. I want to be the bear next game, guys. Guys, I want to be the bear next game. Oh! How do they do that? How? Guys, I need someone to tell me what melee is right now. Someone needs to tell me what melee is. On mouse and keyboard. Help! Help me. Wait, is there like a button that'll tell me? It is V! Oh, okay. So V. Okay. Okay, thank you. Gotcha. So I'm just like, I just have the shield bash. Okay, I see. Thank you. Fuck! Damn.
1 minute
I think I'm
remaining.
playing this class wrong. That's right, I'll learn. I'm gonna stick to this class. I'm gonna stick to it. I like the speedy class. The speedy class is more my play style, but I like how this guy has more health, and so I last for more than 20 seconds. No, V. Oh, English!
Only 30 seconds.
English, get his ass! Look at this guy. Someone's getting the bear.
Mr. Bear was starting to hurt.
Oh, someone on our team is getting hella bear. I'm gonna make it to the bear, don't worry. I'm gonna make it to that bear. I'm gonna kill their fucking bear.
Mr. Bear was in danger. Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Look, I'm doing things! I was doing things though. Okay. Okay, so it is V. Cool. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I panicked. This is so much fun. This music is so much fun. What was that one game, Terminal? That one map, Terminal, on Call of Duty Modern Warfare? I was in their bear for so- Was that you? I watched you just murk their bear. It was amazing. I haven't even made it to their bear yet. But I think that's okay, right? I don't know what I'm doing. Also, if anybody wants my class, please tell me, because I'm trying to pick the class that no one else wants. I'm having so much fun. I hope you guys are having so much fun. You wanna play Speedy? No, I don't think I'll do well with Speedy because I mean, I want to play Speedy, but I think because I'm not used to my DPI on this, that I need the extra health that this guy gives me. Yeah, get him more. I'm right behind you, don't worry. Get behind me. I'm so fucking scared right now. Yes! Did I help? Or did I do good? I don't know. I think someone may have died right next to me. Ah! Fuck. I can't shoot. I think I was out of bullets. I think I was out of bullets. What's that little gun? So one class has boost, one class has heal boost, and one has stuns. I don't know what I have. That was so fun. I think I did something though. Okay, why are we saying spider? Oh my god. Okay, I see that spider. Okay, I see that message now. Okay.
Meanies were attacked.
Oh my god. You guys can't just say spider without me starting to cry.
The meanies hurt Mr. Bear really bad.
Can you guys stop hurting Mr. Bear?
Mr. Bear was in
Hey! Oh, I can't shoot. Why can't I shoot? Oh, I wish it would give me a kill cam though. Because I really want to know why I couldn't shoot. I think
Mr.
spider.
Bear
Oh
was
my
being
god.
attacked.
Lamb. Spider. Lamb. Spider. Okay, but like literally, why
One
can't I
minute
shoot
remains.
sometimes?
Meanies were attacking
It's
Mr. Bear.
Robert. It's pissing me off.
Half of Mr. Bear's fluff was gone.
Half of Mr. Bear's fluff
Mr.
is
Bear was
gone.
under attack.
Oh, Mr. Bear will be fine, guys. You guys are so worried for no reason, Master Chief.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear was under attack.
Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry. I got scared. Orange people scare
15
me.
seconds were left. Loading magazine. 5 seconds remain.
This bear's gonna eat shit, guys! Guys, I think I did like 1 damage to the bear. I don't mean to brag, but I'm pretty sure I did like 1 damage to the bear. Dude, that was such an obnoxious fight. Wait, for all the phase spiders? We won? I'm not saying that I helped, but I'm not saying I didn't help. Oh my god. Yeah! We did it! If anyone else wants Tachanka, please let me know. But for now, I'm gonna keep it because no one else wants him, so. These, outfits are so cute. Did they have someone on their team leave? Were you really? Oh, English. We changed that shite. We changed that shite. These outfits are so cute. I can't get over them. 32 kills? How does someone do that? I think I've gotten 1. And I'm really proud of that one. I think someone who was right next to me died for it, but it was worth it because I got it. With 4 kills? And like
The
only
game was
16
simple.
deaths.
Destroy the fake Mr. Bear.
The fake Mr. Bear. Guys, I'm coming. Oh my god! 1 kill. 1 shot. 1 kill. Guys, why won't you let me reload? Stop it! Stop it! I don't know why it won't let me reload. I need like to learn. Okay, you know what?
Changing bags.
I gotta see something.
Loading magazine.
Maybe you don't get like. Oh, it does take a while to reload though. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
Mr. Bear was
I just don't
under
understand why I can't reload. Like I don't know why I can't reload.
attack. There were 2 minutes left.
Okay. Okay. I'm so scared right now. I'm so fucking scared right now. Just me, don't worry about it. Just me. Where do we go? Oh, do we attack this guy? Is this the guy who we attack? Oh yeah, fuck that guy specifically. Oh, nice. What's up, bunk dog? Hi, all good, all good. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. No way. I found the fucker. No way. I wanna go. Wait, what? Ah! Ah!
Mr. Bear.
Oh, I don't know how to reload or how to aim ADS. Oh, revolvers are slow? They're super slow, aren't they?
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
131 days chemo-free, and may it never ever be chemo again.
1 minute remained.
1 minute? No, I can't even run that bar. Hold on, chill.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Oh, I'm gonna get their bear. Hold on. Watch her. Hold on. Watch Pixel. Watch Pixel. Bear! Fuck that bear!
Was being attacked. Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Oh my god, I think I'm actually helping, chat. I can't confirm, but I think I'm helping. Holy shit, I think I'm helping. Oh my god, I think I'm helping! Oh my god! Bravo! Get their ass. Get their ass, Bravo Penguin. Get their ass. Ah! Watch out!
No more TikToks. Friends one.
Did we? No way! You just gotta give Pixel a couple rounds to learn how to play the game. No way. Should I try the other gun? Should I try the P9? I'll try the P9, but I think I'm gonna have a better time with the pistol.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Uh-oh. Wait, what happened? Did we lose War? Did we lose War? His PC crash? He was removed from the squad. Damn, get shit on, War.
Destroy the fake
Yo, War, get shit on. This is my squad now. Alright, so I have an M9 now, right? No, War, we were winning. He said his PC, his game froze. I love the sound effects in this game. This is so fun. Where do we go? Ah! Oh, poops. Oh, poops. It just gets stunned so quickly. The hard carry, yeah.
Meanies were hurt.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys still have me. Don't worry.
Was under attack. Mr. Bear didn't look so good. Mr. Bear was being attacked. Mr. Bear was in danger.
Oh, I just got flashed. Oh, and I'm dead.
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
I want to see my kill cam. That's all I want to see.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear. The meanies were halfway there.
Ooh, we're getting...
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
I don't want to give War like a big complex or anything like that, but we're getting like fucked up right now. Our bear is getting murdered.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear. Meanies
Oh, I
were
fell.
hurting Mr. Bear.
Oh my god, my DPI is so fucking big. I can't even, I have no clue where I am.
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
I did not mean to fall down here. How did you see me? Give me a kill cap. I need to see what they're seeing.
Swapping mag.
Oh, I'm playing.
Remind you that this is a non-smoking device.
I need to see what they're seeing.
Under attack.
Cause how did they see me? I couldn't even see like where I was.
1 minute remains.
What is happening? Alright, now I'm getting pissed off. Boo, tomato, tomato. Give me kill cams or give me death. Because I can't see anything. You know, I'm just gonna hang out with our bear. Fuck it. I don't even care. I don't even know where our bear is. Hold on. Wait, where's our bear? Who are you? Oh, Bravo Penguin, you scared. Yeah, I almost killed you. Just kidding. You would not have died. You would have been fine. Okay, yeah, this gun sucks.
Meanies were attacked. 5 seconds remain.
I might go back to the thing. I might go back to the other one. Gun sucks.
And Mr. Bear was gone.
We lost War and we lost. R.I.P. We had that though. Yeah, whatever, Mr. Clutch. You killed me like 20 times. I don't even like you. Big sad. Ooh, but I got something. Deployable device propels sharp blades at enemies in proximity. We like that. Ugh. One day I'll learn how to play this game. It is not a today, apparently. But this game mode is super fun. Big sad. I can't believe War would leave us like that. Deception. Disgrace. Evil as clear as the scar on his face. Holy moly. Do you want to wait for War? Yeah. Let's see if War can come back. Let's see if War can get back into the game. Agitator. Also, while we have this break, guys, don't forget that I am sponsored by Opera GX. Oh, all right. Opera GX. Don't forget, I'm sponsored by Opera GX for the whole month. And if we get 150 people to download Opera GX on their PC, I will be giving away the deluxe edition Resident Evil Requiem. Yippee! So that's very exciting. Rebooting the internet? Yeah, we could wait. Just downloaded it! That's because you're my favorite and you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome! Thank you so much. We have 50 downloads right now, so we just need 100 more downloads. And we've only had this sponsor for like a week, right? Like not even a whole week. Because I think I started in like last Wednesday. So that's 50 downloads in less than a week. So thank you guys so much. But if we can get 150 people to download it. Oh, I forgot, Bravo. I forgot to put it in the announcements, in the Discord announcements, like a dum-dum. That's what I forgot to do. I knew I was forgetting something in the announcements, too. I knew it. Stupid. I'll add it or something. It's like another one. I'll put it tomorrow or something. It's your fucking nightmare. No. Swole nerd. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Don't be nice to me, Bravo Penguin, because I'll start throwing out bands. I'm joking. Guys, should I take my third shot now? Half is fluff. Oh, I'm gonna start quoting. Meanies have taken half of Mr. Bear's fluff. That is so fun. I love when good news is shared in the Discord. Like what? Because I kind of avoid, or not avoid. I kind of miss a lot in the Discord because I'm bad. I do miss a lot in the Discord though. Sounds like a toke break to me. I'm like literally convinced to go pee again, even though I literally just peed. That's what the alcohol does to me. Also, can we talk about how cute these little bottles are? They're so cute. Yes, take a shot. Oh, the song is The River by Good Charlotte. And what's nice about The River is that it has, if you're familiar with Avenged Sevenfold, it has M Shadows right here. This is M Shadows right now. War says the other team was mad we were winning something disconnected to his internet. War got DDoSed! I gotta charge my phone. Well, what should our next shot be? Should it just be Malort? Did I finish my bottle of Malort? Womp womp. She finished it. No one told me that she finished it. So that's rude. What should our third shot be? War gets to pick, but War's internet took a poop, so what do you guys think War would pick? Oh, War would probably pick, like, what, rum or vodka, no? We were, 100% English. We were definitely on track to win. Absolutely. I might stick with the revolver, though. Both? Danny! I don't listen to a lot of GC nowadays. You're so good. Gucci is a coochie. I only listen to, like, what I used to listen to in high school, which is The River by Good Charlotte / M Shadows. Oh my god. So I see the alert before it pops up on stream. I'm gonna wait for it to pop up on stream because it's such a good name. It's me, Jessica. Thank you so much for the brand new sub. Enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And thank you for the follow. Welcome it. It's me, Jessica. Such a good name. Thank you so much. Also enjoy your Tachanka Twitch badge as well. Stop. It's so good. One of my favorite verbal stims that exists in my entire life. Which is funny because I haven't seen that movie since like it first came out. Oh, okay. Bravo. What shot do you think War would want? Vodka, Pink Whitney, Malort, tequila, or rum? What do you think he would pick? Or you pick for me. Because this would be War's second shot. Bum, bum, bum. Your dance floor anthem? What is that? Oh, CD. Okay. I was like, what's CS? CSGO? Counter-Strike? Millions of people. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bum, ba, bum. Oh! You choose Malort? That means I get to open my brand new bottle, which I've had for the entire time because I bought 2 bottles last time. So here, ASMR. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Oh, that was nice. And before anyone can yell at me to put edible glitter in here, I'm gonna pour it before you guys can yell at me. Oh, hold on, hold on. Oh, that was okay. That was a very generous shot. Oh, she's got a heavy hand to the shock of nobody. Ooh, I need my back to do that. No, really. Don't do that. Until someone yells at me, I'm not putting edible glitter in here. Yo. And here, there's still actually edible glitter residual in the glass. So I might as well have had it. All right. Cheers, War. Thank you for another 5 gifted subbies. What the hell? That is the drink of a killer Bella. I don't think anyone's ever made that joke before. Bravo. That is very funny. Also, Shadowhawk. Speaking of Malort, guess what's this weekend? My brother and I are going to the Malort crawl this weekend. I've never been to a chiropractor. I've never gotten to a chiropractor, and I've never gotten a massage. And a Shabby Hawk. And it's my dream to get, like, a deep tissue massage one day. I know. Where you drink until you're crawling? Oh, no. I wish. But what's so nice about the Malort crawl is that we go to... It's basically a bar crawl. But all the bars that we go to feature various Malort cocktails. And I'll take some really good pictures and videos and everything like that for you guys. So you guys can come with me when me and my brother go. It's supposed to be hotter than Satan's butthole that day. It's supposed to be like 85 degrees. And, wait for it, rainy! So it's going to be morbidly humid and hot. And I'm going to be miserable. But it's fine. You're joking. Oh, okay. Do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? So his whole internet just got out in his area? That sucks. Alright, let me go pee really quickly. And then maybe his internet will come back. Maybe? We'll see. I'll be right back. He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. was insane that there's not a single filler palette. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get hatch. He goes into his power? And then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost and then I get the save. Or he's gonna— oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get hatch. On God, I get hatch. On God, right? Alright. Look at Boo falling off the bed. I do remember I've discussed this in the Dark of the Night song with you already. I'm pretty sure I had this on the playlist because of you guys. Jonathan Young, right? Yeah. I had this on my playlist because of you guys. You guys made me go like you guys made me go down like a Jonathan Young like rabbit hole, and he was on my like recommended music, and I was like, I like this shit. But I'm ready to play whenever you guys are. But also I don't mind like yapping. No, do your thing, English. I want to fix Boo's bed. Boo, Angel, you're falling off, sweet summer child. Why do you look at you? You're falling. Come here, come here. Come here. Yeah, good boy. Okay. I had to fluff his bed a little bit. You are so cute. I'm gonna eat you. Good boy, Boo. Good boy. So cute. Hi, Jinxie. Jinxie, happy Monday / Tuesday, depending on your time zone. I'm having so much fun. I should go to see. How do I even change my DPI? I don't even know. He does that all the time, Bravo. It pisses me the fuck off. Like, anytime I go to pick up this dog, especially when I'm walking him, walking him when the weather's nice, this boy does not come back inside. And I always walk Boo first and then Charlie. And I can't just, like, hang out outside with Boo. I have to hang out outside with Boo. Or, I'm sorry, I have to walk Boo, then walk Charlie, and then bring Boo back outside. Because Charlie needs to pee. And so I need to you know, get him to come back in so I can walk Charlie. And then I usually hang out outside with Charlie. I'll lay down on my deck. I just soak up the rays, and Charlie will lay down next to me, and we'll just sit in the sun. And then I'll go and bring Boo back out, and then we'll just sit outside, and Boo will just lay on top of me because he needs to osmosis with me. And that's what we do when the weather's nice. But he just, whenever I'm trying to bring him in, he just dead waits. Oh, it's so cute, but so annoying. Should we open a pack of Pokemon cards while we wait? Okay. What do you guys think? Journey Together or Mega Evolution? I'm kind of feeling the Mega Evolution, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Let me just crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Oh. Oh. Okay. Weird sounds. Guys, chill. Alright, code card for my brother. Energy card for Pixel. Alright. Ready? Ooh. Focus. Oh, please focus for Pixel. Sandslash. Execute. Execute order 66. Gimme Ghoul. Thiefo! Oh, so cute. Oh. Iron Defender. Solrock. Solrock, so dope. Shoko is such a cutie pie. Stonejourner. Okay. Frostmoth. Yummy. Yum, yum, yum. And Cinderace. So cute. I think we already pulled the Cinderace. I think. I'm forcing my friends to watch Revenge of the Sith this weekend. Are you really? I am watching all the Star Wars movies in chronological order right now. And I'm currently watching... I'm in the middle of Han Solo, whatever Han Solo story, whatever the Han Solo movie is, where he's, like, young, and, like, Amelia Clark and, like, Woody Harrelson are in it. I don't know. I'm only halfway through. I've never seen it before. We're gonna open up a pack of Journey Together. Oh, Solo! Yeah, something like that. Hi, Eden. Alright, Journey Together. I'm trying to get the frickin' Clefairy. How many nights it take to get through Phantom Menace? Just one. What do you mean? Why? What's wrong with Phantom Menace? I love Hayden Christensen. Leaf. Alright. Beldum. You're dumb. Torkoal. So cute. I love Torkoal. Kamala. My mom's favorite animal is a koala. Maybe I'll give this to her. Coffee. Lily's Pearl. Oh my god. Look at this fat boy. Literally me as a Pokemon card. Regice, the best of the Reggies. Hi, little Shuppet. Caparaja. And Ludicolo. If I had a nickel for every time I pulled this fucking card, I'd have 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened thrice, right? I struggle. I didn't want to miss details, and I sometimes get eepy. Listen, I don't blame you. I I fell asleep during the Han Solo movie, so I'm gonna have to backtrack a little bit. Also, welcome back, English. I'm ready whenever you are. Oh, I would take. I'm ready. Yes, sir. Thanks for letting me open Pokemon cards with you guys. No hits, to the shock of nobody, but I did open up a pack offline yesterday, and I got a hit. Oh, what's this? Packs. I have 2 of them. What does that mean? Open now. Oh, what's up, Barshin? Lil Stormy, uncommon drone skin. Sure, yeah, let's equip that. Okay, was that it? Oh, I have another one. Do I? Oh, I have this. Okay. Oh, that's fun. That is very fun. Who is this? Steel Wave. Equipped. Yeah, do it. Do it, English. By the way, I'm Just Fly. Just changed my name. Well, hey, I love it. I love it. Martian to fly. I love it. I hope you're doing so good. Happy Monday/Tuesday, depending on your time zone. So, where do I see my... Okay, why is this giving, like, Soldier Boy? Where do I see my like, season pass? Because I'm pretty sure that I was gifted the season pass something for being an Ubisoft partner. There's a Homelander skin too? Shut up. Oh, is that from the boys? Okay, I was about to say, it looks like the Soldier Boy. That's so funny. Alright, I think I'm all caught up on my shots now. No, not Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy from the boys. I'm gonna go back to my pistol, I think. Or should we go? I don't know. No, I think I'm gonna go to the P9. I'm gonna try the P9 again. I'm gonna give the old college try again. Oh, you know, I'll check. I'll check English. Good call. Ubisoft Creator Program. It says my content is available in-game. Restart your game to see the benefits. Accept the software. Claim your benefits once they're available. Restart your game to see the benefits, which I did already. I don't know. I don't know how to see it. I don't know. It's me, Jessica.
All right, enough playing. Would you please put the toys down?
Wait, what time did you say? 1 a.m. EST? That's really homophobic. Hopefully War gets his internet back before then. You're so cute. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I would be the one in the bear suit.
To be rid of the fake Mr. Bear.
I think I would be the one in the bear suit. Okay. That person was lagging for a second. It got me scared. Wait, Hitman Hayden. Watch out. Bravo, Penguin. Watch out.
Mr. Bear was in our
I gotta save God's favorite princess. Oh, behind me! But I did
bear was being attacked.
I did shoot our bear, or their bear. And I feel like that's better than nothing. Oh! Oh, I didn't see you! Oh, help, help, help! Aruname! Aruname! Thank you! Oh, my hero! Oh my god, Bravo Penguin, my hero! Did she just die? No. Don't die. Oh, no, no, no! Oh, sorry, sorry, Shabby, sorry. I saw someone kill Bravo Penguin. It's you! 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 Not my God's favorite princess. Hey. Yeah, not my God's favorite princess. It won't let me reload, guys! It won't let me reload! Watch out, God's favorite princess. There's like 2 of them here. Oh, I almost had a double kill. That would have been so hot. Okay, I'm definitely getting better with this pistol, with the M9. I'm definitely getting better with it. So I'm thinking I'm gonna stick with the M9 for now.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Oi, Sheboygan! That was scary. Good thing I'm the greatest person ever at this video game. Oh, okay. Ignore that. Shh. Ignore that. 30 seconds? How long is this? What? This is so fast. Guys, we need to go kill their bear. Guys, we need to go kill their bear.
Just reload. Perfect smoke.
Guys, kill the bear. Oh, poops. I should have waited until I finished reloading, honestly. Hi, Dragon. Dragon, happy weekend.
No, the friends lost.
Monday. Happy Monday. How was your weekend? Every day's a weekend if you try hard enough. All right. Give me the Tachanka. Tachanka. If anybody else wants the Tachanka, please let me know. But I want the Tachanka unless someone tells me they want it otherwise. Wait, is it just us 4? We don't have another person? English. No way. Oh, that pisses me off. That's alright. We won 4v5. We don't need a random. That's so annoying. Bro died once and left.
There were 2 bears, but only one true Mr. Bear.
Only one true Mr. Bear. Yeah. How did you not die?
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Shabby, I can't see anything. I ruined it. Shabby, I ruined
Bear
it.
was under attack.
Shabby, I can't see anything.
Bear.
Shabby, I ruined everything. Oh. Shabby! Shabby, I killed somebody! Oh. Double kill! I'm on a kill streak! Okay, I just spit everywhere, but it's alright, you guys liked it.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Guys, I just spit everywhere. Oh my god, I'm on a kill streak. This is the most I've killed at one time. Holy shit. She can't be stopped.
Being attacked.
Ah! Fuck. I was feeling a little try. Shut up. It's the weekend again. The weekend was alright. Going on, a long story short, one of my aunts aren't doing great, so 2 days it'll be 6 years that my sister. Oh my god, Dragon. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hugs. Hugs. Oh, sorry. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, guys can double it and give it to the next person. Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Oi! Fuck this guy. Have a good night, Dragon Set of Blaze. Everyone say good night, Dragon Set of Blaze. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, this game is so much fun. I don't want to stop ever. Hey, hey, hey!
Minute remains.
Hey! Thanks, guys. Thanks for having my ass. Oh, I can't go out that way. Wait, who are you? Okay, you're fine. You can live. You can live. For now, Bravo Penguin. I'll allow it. Hey! Ah! Okay. Shh. Shut up. I panicked. I can't tell who's a teammate and who's a good person.
Only 30
I mean,
seconds
bad person.
remain.
30 seconds! I can't even count that high! I think we're winning, though. Hey, hey! Okay. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy! And fuck his family! Okay, I just spit everywhere. What is happening? I literally can't stop spitting. What is happening? Why is my mouth salivating so much?
5 seconds remain.
Hey, 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 hey! Fuck this guy! Alright, so someone tell me where Blazing Shadow lives. I'm gonna come to his house, I'm gonna fuck him in the ass. Okay, respectfully though. And consensually. Only if he wants it to. We're winning 4v5 though, and I think that's pretty heckin' cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. FPS games make me like this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, it's 4v4? Shut up, Shabby. Whatever. Still. They lost one too? We're still winning though. This will be our first time winning if we get this though. If. Knock on wood, knock on wood. Knock on wood, everyone knock on wood. Joker. Mwah. Think of the 4 I can see. Oh no, someone's returned. That's their teammate, right? Are we back on 4v5? Oh. R.I.P.I.P.
The fake Mr. Bear could not stay.
That's fine. I'm not worried. Get behind me. Woo! Oh my god, guys, get behind me. I'm literally the best at this video game. Holy shit. Holy shite, I'm the best at this video game. Stop. Stop shooting me. Yes! Shit on my dick! Sorry. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate. I can't shoot you. I can't. It won't let me shoot you. Oh, why wouldn't it let me shoot him? Okay, so can someone tell me, like, on God, how do I fix that? Because I don't know how to shoot someone when they just keep bashing me. I don't know how to get out of that, like, stun lock. You know what I mean? Like, how does one get out of the stun lock? It's what I'm, like, trying to figure out.
Loading magazine.
Bitch. Whoa! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm coming, God's favorite princess. Oh no! Okay, I died. You can't? Oh, okay. So just like run away, like run and pray or something? Okay. That's good to know. Thank you. Good comms, good comms. Oof.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear. 1 minute remained.
1 minute? What the fuck? What happened to, like, all the other time we had? Okay, chill on it!
Attacking Mr. Bear.
I didn't even see that guy.
Mr.
Ooh,
Bear
we might
was
lose this
being
round. That's alright. It's 4v5. Alright, we can get this
Mr.
one round.
Bear was being attacked.
I'm trying to get to their bear. I can't get them, though. Okay. Oh, fudge! Damn!
Danger.
Damn, we did so well in that one
Meanies
moment.
were hurting
And then
Mr.
I got banged from the back. I got
Bear. Meanies
back
were attacking
shots.
Mr. Bear.
Oh, we were doing so well, too. We had that round. Your game froze, you're joking. We're down 2 people, guys. We're down 2 people. We're down 2 people. You're joking.
The fence
No. No, oh, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, honey bunches of oats. What's up, Heavy? Damn, if we weren't down 2 people, we would have this. So, look, we only have 3 people on our team. Oh, and basically, for all intents and purposes, we only have 2 people on the team because I'm not doing anything. Oh, man. I'm no help. I'm 0 help to these guys. So for all intents and purposes, there's only 2 people. It's just Bravo and English. Oh, no. That's fine. We don't need 3 people. We don't need 2. We don't need 5 people. Oh, no. I have double-digit kills? How are you guys seeing this? Is it
Mr. Bear
tab?
needed
Oh, it's
protection.
tab.
Bad Teddy was gone.
Okay, don't look at my kill. Don't mind my desk though. No way. Invite back. I don't know how to do that. Fuck. There's a smudge in my glasses. Someone smarter than me might have to do that for you. Oh! What's up, Slothback? Slothback, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Wait, what did you say? I wasn't expecting you to play a Sweatlord game like Siege? Are you kidding me? This game is amazing.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
And I love playing games whenever there's a
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
whenever there's a Twitch badges to unlock, I will be there to play that game. I will be there to play
Meanies
any
were hurting
game
Mr. Bear.
that has Twitch badges available. Wait, where's their bear?
Uh-oh. Mr. Bear had been hurt.
Wait, where's
Mr.
their bear?
Had multiple
Oh,
ouchies.
downstairs. On my HUD, like an idiot. I know how to read.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Ah! Bravo, get their
Bear
ass!
was in danger. The meanies were halfway there. Mr. Bear was being
Hey, hey! Oh my god, my butthole. Thank you, Loki. Think of this shout out for Slothbag. Everyone tells Slothbag how hot and talented and handsome he is. Ooh, yeah, being 3v5 is not going great for us. Holy shit.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Damn.
So good.
That's so not
Meanies were
fair.
attacking Mr. Bear.
That's so not fair, guys. It's 3v5. Oh, wait, Shabby's back. 4v5. Hey. That forehead getting kissed? Me?
1 minute remained. Mr. Bear was under attack.
Sounds like a threat. Oh my god, this is the first time our bear's gonna die.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
That's not fair! That's not fair. We had no one. We didn't have anybody. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, she's dead. Oh, how lame. Sweetie, respectfully? No, you. My cat is a shield? Oh, no. Oh, like, there's still a tiebreaker. But it's okay, because now we'll have Shabby back in the game, so we'll be back to 4v5. And I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay because now that we have Shabby back, we'll have 4v5 the entire round, and we won the first 2 rounds at 4v5. So I think we'll be okay. I have a lot of confidence in us. Don't know you, me. Don't know you, my know you. You guys know my know you is bigger. Oh wait, what did you get about curtain points? Oh shit, hold on. Hey. I'm ready to play, guys. I'm ready to play.
We remind you that this is a non-smoking zone.
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Already? Oh.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Hey! How did you do that? Oh, he was one shot. 6'9" inches. Hello, sweetie. You are the penis queen of the day. You officially have the biggest penis
Mr. Bear was in danger.
of the entire day. How does that make you feel? Hello, sweetie. For having the penis of the day. How does that make you feel? I'm going back right here.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear. Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear. Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
I'm not going back down there.
Bear was bravely
They're really killing our bears, though. I'm too scared. I'm too scared to go down there. I'm too scared to go down there, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Alright, fine. Fine!
Reload! Gone. Meanies
Oh my god, I just got a fucking triple kill. As far as I'm concerned, I won this video game.
Meanies were attacking
I
Mr.
won this
Bear.
video game, guys. Me. I won. Just got a triple kill. Holy shit.
Mr. Bear was in. 1 minute remained.
Holy shit!
2.
I've gotten like 5 kills and this is the most I've killed. Oh my god. What do I do? Do you guys like give me money? I think you guys should give me money. Guys, sub to me. Get a free Twitch badge. Guys, I just killed so many people. Ah, that's right. That's right. Sunny, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. For every time I kill somebody, someone needs to download Opera GX. I think is what I'm hearing. Every time I kill somebody, I need one person to download Opera GX. As far as I'm concerned, that seems like the most fairest trade. Oh, there's another. Okay, I thought there was another person. I got so scared. Whoa, shit! I didn't realize there's 2. Jinxie, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Pixel God confirmed. I think so. I think so. So I need to uninstall and wait. So I need to uninstall and re-download it. Wait. Oh, are you talking about Opera GX? I don't know if that works. You can try it if you want. But I'm not sure if that works. Oh, that was so much fun. I think I did really, really well. I'm definitely learning. 9? I broke even! That's pretty good for me. That's really, really good for me. Holy. Oh my god, I feel so good. I feel so good. Okay, well, I definitely feel better about the M9 than I do about the pistol. Or I'm sorry, the other one. Guys, I have spit all over my monitor. Holy. Oh wait, hold on. Can I add Shabby? I have him on my Ubisoft. Shabby, invite. Okay, I invited Shabby. Oh, okay. Shabby, ignore it then. Ignore it. Shabby, thank you so much for the gifts. Everybody say thank you, Shabby. Oh, soft Loki. Oh, Loki, you should be getting your package soon, by the way. I'm the monitor. Wait, what? What, Softbag? Shabby, thank you so much for playing. That was so much fun. This said Thursday? I'm sorry it took me so long to send that to you, by the way. Thursday. What the fudge? USPS. It's okay. I hope you think it's worth it. No, are you kidding me, Shabby? Thank you. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait. Oh. All right. Pretend for a second that I didn't just close the game. Pretend for a second I didn't just close the game. Okay. So anyways, the game's reloading. Pretend for a second that I didn't just, you said you spit all over your monitor? Open wide, slot bag. You're disgusting. I love it. Alright, I'm opening up the game again. Shut up, Sod. I've had 3 shots. Slothbag, did you download Opera GX? You don't have to. But if you're on PC right now, you should. If you're on your PC right now, you should. Because you're a good little boy. No, that was on me, Bravo. Because I definitely accidentally did that. Oh my god! So, okay, Shabby. Shabby, are you leaving for the night? Or are you just like done playing? Because I have a story. So there was this Instagram reel that Malort posted on their Instagram, and I did play it on stream because I did show this on stream. This was like a little under a year ago. This is like right before. Oh yeah, Bravo. If you like, yeah, if you'd like. If not, I'm still loading the game. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. Okay. So Malort posted an Instagram reel of them doing this like spitting Malort in like another person's mouth, and I said, "Who's gonna do this with me at TwitchCon?" Nobody did. Yeah. Voices you love it. This is Boom. That's Boom. Do you want to keep playing the event or go to norms? I am so down to keep playing the event. The event is super fun, but I'm also down to play normal too. Whatever people want to do. Bravo, do you have a party or do you want me to do it? I couldn't care less. I volunteer as tribute. Would you really? Would you let me spit Malort into your mouth? I'll make it worth your while. I need like an ice pack. I need to calm down. Be right back, ads. I'm so sorry. Malort? Yes. Yes, Malort. Or you can spit Malort in my mouth. I'm sorry. I gotta stop. I've been having some weird dreams lately, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, not bad. Okay, yeah, Bravo, you do it. You do it, princess. Also, why would you say make me? How dare you? Your parents ran race cars? Is there any correlation? Like, did your parents, like, drive fast or something? I've been having a lot of sex dreams. I prefer to go to norms, but if y'all want to keep going to the event, I'm down. Alright, whatever Bravo Penguin puts us in. They were just in some race cars. We're coming to this race, haha. We're gonna win this race for you, Shabby, haha. Is that Speed Racer? I've never seen Speed Racer. the only Speed Racer jokes that I can make or whatever I've seen from Robot Chicken. Hi, Gender Fluid Druid. Happy Monday/Tuesday. Too young. I think I'm too young for Speed Racer too. Also, Gender Fluid Druid. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah, the only references I have for Speed Racer or whatever I've seen on Robot Chicken. Love Robot Chicken though. That show was so much fun. Is that still going? Robot Chicken? I think. Wouldn't be a surprise. Oh, I can't join your game? You have to invite me? Whatever. Oh, I don't have an invite from Bobble Penguin. Now we do! P-A-R-T-Y. Did I claim my free gift? I don't know if I did. I feel like I did. Already claims free gift. Okay, cool. Yes, sure. Rainbow is magic. This game mode is super fun. Yippee! Thanks for playing with me, guys. Let me know. Ready? Ready. I don't have to pee yet. Although I am taking shots for any shenanigans. And then, don't forget, if you guys either sub yourself or gift a sub, you get a Tachanka Twitch badge, which Bravo Penguin is so beautifully modeling. Thank you. That is the Twitch badge that's next to Bravo Penguin's name, the unicorn Tachanka. So that's the sub badge you get if you either sub yourself or gift a sub. Primes do not count, unfortunately, but it is a pretty dope Twitch badge. Yippee! You do not need to get 5 subs for it. It's just 1 sub. Just uno subo. Oh my god. Let's go. There we go. Is the game audio good, by the way, or do you need it louder? Well, hopefully we'll at least have 5 people on our team. 4? Okay, there we go. Okay, shite. Ugh. Hopefully we still have... Okay, so we have Ghost Gears and Valiant Jaguar on our team. Hopefully they stay in their team. Also, I love this outfit the most. The smoke outfit. This is probably my favorite outfit. Although I do really like this one, the Deimos. I like the pirate hat. I really like this one too. And of course the Tachanka. Gotta represent the Twitch badge. But I think these 3 are like my favorite outfits. Oh, please, no one leave our game. Please. Please, let's have a full lobby. No, English just left! No, my game crashed. That is so funny. Please let us all stay in the game. English Egg Whites has left the game. That's so funny. That's right. You'll get back in before we even start. Don't worry. God, I want a flash grenade so badly. So cute. So cute. Okay. I'm ready. Should I try protection? Should I try doing a hack and protect or something? Maybe, eh? Could try protecting. Who are you? Oh, Valiant. Okay. Because maybe I could try protecting, right? I got a shield. Maybe I could try. No promises, but I'm trying. Ah! What the? Oh, 2 people came from the back. Salve, I wouldn't say that I do play Rainbow Six, but I am currently playing it. I wouldn't say. Oh, I just fell. I just fell. Ah! Yeah, I wouldn't say that I do play it, but I am currently playing it right now. Would the bitch die? Oh no. Look at him cheating. Oh, that's not cheating. That's going through the wall. Wall hacks?
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
No, stop. Stop killing Mr. Bear. Leave Mr. Bear alone. Hey.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
No, come quick. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Meanies were attacking.
At least I distracted them for a little bit. Sounds like a great night. Oh yeah. We love when they're attacking Mr. Bear. Guys, leave my bear alone. Shit. Oh god. Okay. You guys gotta stop throwing those explosive bears because they're trying to piss me off.
Bear was under attack.
Oh no! It wasn't me.
1 minute remained.
Stop it! They gotta stop getting me those explosives and start a PMO. That stands for piss me off, by the way. Hey. Someone's back there! Wait, what did I just die from? What did I die from? Oh. How long have you been there? Did you really? Thank you, Slothbags. You're my favorite.
Mr. Bear,
I'm now listening to one of my lives, immortal lives.
15
Expire.
seconds
Souls
left. Mr. Bear.
go to their doom in
Mr. Bear
flames.
was in danger.
There you go. In danger. No! No!
Over.
Damn
But
it!
the friends had won.
Marvel Rivals? Marvel Rivals is super fun, though. But there's no Twitch drops for it right now, so. Oh, this game mode is so much fun. At least we have a full lobby. Alright? I can take that. We got a full team, full lobby. We're good. Good. I'm so locked in right now. Would you guys say Rainbow Six is a sweaty game?
The game was simple. Destroy the fake Mr. Bear.
The fake Mr. Bear. I'm gonna destroy the shit out of him. A double kill. You're welcome. Hey, chill.
Smoke out.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck. Damn. The bashing and then being stun locked sucks so much. Because basically all you need to do is get bashed and then all of a sudden you're stun locked and you can't play anymore. Sucks.
Under attack.
Oh, man. Maybe I should just guard the bear, eh? Should I just try to guard the bear?
2 minutes were left to play.
Good try. Oh my god, what? Oh, I wasn't dead yet. My bad. I didn't realize I wasn't dead yet. What was his health at?
Mr. Bear was in danger.
I think I did so well. What is this? Oh, I can't jump. Okay. Let me go back.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Wait. We can talk about this. Oh, okay. Never mind. Half health. Okay, nice. Bravo got him.
1
Perfect.
minute
I helped.
remains.
What? Oh, I was like, why are you shooting me? They were not shooting me. They were protecting me. Thank you. I got no promises, homies. I'll do my best. Oh, God.
Only 30
Guys,
seconds
I'm
remain.
gonna die. What the fuck? I need to kill Cam so badly. I want to see what they're seeing.
We are crossing a zone of turbulence. Sorry.
Damn, we need war.
Just 5 seconds.
We need our full team back. We had that too. I had that guy. I'm definitely doing better with the M9 though. That was already 2 rounds? Since when? teammate. L teammate. How is it already almost midnight? What the fudgies? Maybe this will be our last game. We might do one more after this. It'll be LG. What do you guys think? Can't believe it's already almost midnight. What the fudge? How did this happen? I want to try to protect again, but I feel like I'm not good at protecting. I keep dying by those explosive bears. I want an explosive bear. 4 more LGs. Oh, God. Okay. Dangles, where are you at?
There were 2 bears,
Why aren't you playing?
but only one true Mr. Bear.
Only one true Mr. Bear.
The captain had turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Party pooper.
Nice. Oh, I got an assist for that. Thank you. Thank you, princess.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Whoa, my God, princess! Help! I'm running away.
Attacking Mr. Bear.
Snort. Oh no, what happened? He went to sleep. Oh my God, Dingles, where'd you go?
Meanies
Dingles, do you even have Rainbow Six Siege? I'm not gonna make you play. I'm just curious if you haven't. Gasps in Spanish and
Mr. Bear was
Espanol.
being attacked.
Oh, come quick.
Mr. Bear was under
Come
attack.
quick. Come quick.
There were 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Stop it! How do you stun lock me? How do I not get stun locked? How do I play this game and not get stun locked? Is dinosaurs not AK with pockets? Listen, all you need is pockets, Pup. Pup, I'm so happy for you! W pockets. No, don't stun lock me again! Don't stun lock me! Bitch. I shan't be stun locked again. Hey, bitch. Ah. I think our teammates are throwing. Is it me? Am I the one throwing? Because I wouldn't doubt it. How is this guy shooting so fast with a Magnum? I can't shoot for shite with a Magnum.
One minute remains. Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Where are you? I saw you, Mr. Blue Guy. There you are! No! How do I get out of I'm stun locked? How do I get out of stun lock? If anybody knows, please back, what is it? Backseat me? How do I get out of stun lock? What are you looking at? My cats only look at the ceiling if there's a spider. Don't look at the ceiling if there's no spider, Jasper. That's not funny. That's not funny, Jasper.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
I don't know how to get out of sunlock.
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Oh shit.
Mr. Bear.
Damn it. Have you tried putting myself in rice? No, I haven't! Ooh, but some rice sounds good. I have some rice-a-roni. That sounds so good. Damn. And we were so close to getting our first win, too. Not this game, the last game. Damn. Should we do one more game, or should I call it there? What do you guys think? Bravo, I leave it under your hands. Oof. Only have the littlest bit of G Fuel left. Also, if you guys are curious what flavor I'm having today, 'tis the new Dimension Drip Strawberry Grape. It's delicious. Guffle. Use code KITTEN for 30% off. Ow! Damn, got his ass. But if you want to do one more, I'll do one more. Oh! Down the witch's road. Down, down, down the road. That's funny. Whatever Bravo wants to do. I'm down to do one more. I'm down to call it. I love this song so much.
Hello.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Also, perchance the last chance to guys get a the Tachanka Unicorn Twitch badge. If you guys sub or gift a sub, you guys get the Tachanka Twitch badge that Bravo Penguin is so beautifully modeling for us. And that's the character I've been playing all night tonight too. War is back! Okay, well, we can't end now. We have to get War in here. War, I will not leave on an L. Down the witch's road. The Knolls? Yeah. I would not doubt that. The Knolls are so annoying. Philly cheesecake bites. What the fuck? Your clips have been going through my Instagram. Oh, really? Mr. Prowler, that's so funny. I haven't uploaded on Instagram. Oof. I've been so bad. I haven't uploaded on Instagram in like a month. I've been meaning to post my like April highlights, but I keep forgetting. Well, hey, Mr. Prowler, welcome in. I'm glad that Instagram still shows my shit, even when I'm not uploading. And also, thank you for reminding me that I need to upload for April. Oh, you need an invite? Hold on. Ubisoft Connect. English. DM me cake. I'm doing fantastic, Mr. Prowler. Welcome in. I'm gonna stop raids for an hour because this is gonna be my LG. My friends, to glory at the end. Can I help you, my child? Do you guys want to see a kitty cat? Come here. Oh, we're doing belly time. Belly. Oh, belly time. Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Oh, you guys never get belly. Also, peep the foot. Peep the feet. What are you doing with your feet? You're so cute. Oh, I know. I know. Oh, so cute belly. Oh, did that scare you? I'm sorry, honey. I know. I know. I know. So embarrassing. Everybody got to see your belly. Big belly, big belly. You're so cute. I want to eat you. Wait on Siege to boot for War? Cool. No problem. That made me cry is when you got the 100. Oh, yeah. My ex, yeah. That is a favorite. Shepherd and Mulberry best friend. I have so much confidence that we're gonna win now that War is here. Also, thank you for the follow. I should have said that. I don't think I said that. Did I say that? Thank you for the follow. Do you want to say hello? Oh, you just said hello. Do you want to say hello to me? Thank you, Muffin. Good boy. Alright, my phone is charged. We opened up 2 Pokemon packs. Someone else downloaded Opera! I think that might have been Sloth Bag. Because Sloth just said that he downloaded it. Thank you, Slothy. Thank you so much. We need 99 people. 99 people to download Opera GX, and then we'll give away the Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. We just have to download, have 150. No, you're not dumb. Talk about my friend like that one more time, and I will give you the biggest knuckle sandwich. But we have 99 people. If we get 150 people to download Opera GX, but before the end of the month, before April. Before, is this month the 30th month? It's the 31st. Before May 31st. Then we will give away the deluxe edition of Resident Evil Requiem. And found out from a close friend that she left her hoodie and she gave it to me. Oh, Mr. Prowler. Oh, I love that for you. That's so cute. I actually have to send, I actually have a box of shirts I need to send back to my ex. Hey, no! Nidaking! Jasper! Jasper just knocked over Nidaking, what little bitch. You're so cute. Is Nidaking your favorite too? Nidaking's my third favorite Pokemon. Just knocked over Nidaking. Little bully. Oh! Nice. Oh, I gotta play an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. This should be the last ad that we have in the stream tonight. Someone let DM me cake in here. Crazy. I'll do it again. I keep laughing like Patrick Star. Someone, you know how like your laugh changes every like, I don't know, like 15 days or something, or 15 weeks. I don't remember. It was something 15. And your laugh changes or something. I'm stuck in my Patrick Star like laugh, and I can't wait to get to move on. Someone give me a new laugh because I'm stuck in my it's like stupid Patrick Star laugh, and I wanna die. Somebody help me. Somebody sedate me. Somebody sedate me. Hear me out, please, please. I'm listening. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Ghostface. I can't wear it, but I've been thinking of possibly using it as a costume piece. What kind of costume? That Tucker dude's laugh? Whomst? The Paimon meme laugh? What is that one? I wish I knew what anyone was talking about. Oh! Get corrected, nerd! That was ass. Here? What's that? Huh? Unk looking ass. I'm joking. Oi, Jamoy. Guys, I'm gonna work out tonight, I think. I'm gonna work out. I'm very hungry, though. I can't wait to eat. Oh! Oh, is that like a Final Fantasy thing? I'll watch that. Can I watch it right now? Will it let me? How do we listen to this? Is it muted? Oh, it's muted. Oh, is this Genshin? And what about this? Oh, game on? Oh God! Sorry, I was not paying attention. Sorry. Sorry. Wait, what did you send me that for again? I feel like I've heard that audio before, or that voice before. That like everything about that voice sounds super familiar to me. Genshin Impact. Is it the? Is it that or something? Okay, I've heard that so many times before. That whole thing. Swear to God, I've heard it.
This is the third bear this week. You're not getting another one.
This is the third bear. Oh no. No way. That's so funny. You're so cute. I love you. Ugh, I will never let you die. Goonies never die. Woo! Holy shiitake mushrooms. Oh, nothing's gonna happen to you, princess.
Please remain knocked out until the end of the match.
Hey! 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 Whoa! I just got exploded on. Did he jump up and do that? It looks like he jumped up and did that. You know you can jump. You know what? I'm gonna hang out with my bear. Hey! Oh, there's two down here. Two. 2. Ah! 3.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Meanies are hurting Mr. Bear. Yeah, there's 3 people down there, just so you guys know.
Mr. Bear was being attacked.
Sorry, I feel like that's my fault. I died.
Mr. Bear really bad.
Okay, thank you. That was our random that did that. Thank you, random.
Mr. Bear was
No! 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 Help! 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 Aruname! Oh! There's no way! How did he not die? Oh, thank you for the follow, welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Alright, our bear has gotten severely damaged. I will not leave my bear's side. Bitch. I will not leave my bear's side. My bear stays protected. I will protect him for forever. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Guys, I'm gonna die. Help. I'm so scared. Okay, English. Okay, that's you. Okay, we're okay.
1 minute remain.
No one will pass my protection. Okay, I did not mean to do that. Okay. Well, okay, shut up. I meant to go like, okay, shut up, chat. Shut up.
Loading magazine.
Why does your legs not die? Oh no. Does he not get damage in his legs? Are his legs an impenetrable force? That's met an impenetrable...
Only 30.
Ah! I don't get it! How do you not die?
Mr. Bear was in danger.
What the fuck? Okay, I need someone to tell me what I did wrong there. Because I feel like I was doing so much damage and he had no damage done to him. I need to know, what did I do wrong? I have one question and one question only, and it is, what did I do wrong? What the fuck? I feel like I did so much damage to him. That's fine. This round is my round. For the record, I have no clue what I'm doing in this video game. I don't know how to play this game. I have like 4 hours in this video game. I'll learn. Tachanka. God, I don't want the smoke teddy. I want something else. But I really like the shield. Oh, you got the chihuahua! So cute! Alright. I'm gonna get a kill this round, don't worry. I'll do it. Don't look at that. I have got 2 kills. Oh my god, war. See, this is why we needed you. 11 kills. Who is he? Who is that man?
Ready to attack the fake Mr. Bear.
Should I protect the bear? I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Should I protect him? I don't know. I don't know, chat. I feel like me protecting it, like, just leads to death. I feel like I'm not a good protector. Uh-oh. Ah. I got some murder on him. I got some health from him. At least I got rid of the shield guy. I'll take killing the shield guy, methinks. Oh my god, this DPI is gonna be the death of me. On God. Oh my god!
Nez howdy.
Tonar! Tonar, thank you for the 4 months. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the hecky? Stop that, stop that, stop that, stop that. How are you not dead? Someone teach me. Don't teabag me, you little bitch. Tonar, thank you so much. Oh, wait, for 6 months? Wait. Resubscribe for 6 months? Tier 1, they subscribe for 4 months. Okay.
Mr.
Twitch is confused on how long you've been subscribed for. But I'm very grateful for the resubscription. Okay, pretend for a second that I know how to shoot somebody.
Meanies were attacking.
Okay, thank God War is here, because War is here. Oh,
Mr. Bear.
okay. Oh my God, I got a kill. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, 6 months in advance? Oh, you are so gonna regret that. Don't worry. But thank you so much, Toad. Happy Monday / Tuesday, depending on your time zone. Just in time, this is gonna be our LG.
1 minute remains.
Because I'm bad at this video game, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And we're here for our Twitch sub badges. Because if you resub or gift a sub, you get a Twitch sub badge for the Tachanka badge. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, I panicked. You get the Tachanka Twitch badge, which is so cute, so delightfully unicorny. And it's lovely.
Only 30 seconds remain.
Jasper, shut up. Mommy's working. Mommy's trying really hard not to die. Jasper, shh!
Nap time was in 15 seconds.
Oh, I didn't finish reloading. Oh, thank God War is here,
Mr. Bear. Swapping backs.
I think it did okay protecting. I have 6-7 kills.
Nap time came, and the friends were victorious.
Jasper, stop yelling at mommy. Oh, that's alright. That's alright. How many kills does War have? 15 kills. Highest in the lobby. English 11 kills. Damn. I haven't done shit, guys. War is here is a top tier joke. Thank you. Thank God War is there. They only have 4 people? Okay, how long have they only had 4 people? I'm gonna pretend, for my sake, that they only have had 4 people. Yes! Okay, they've only had 4 people. You and me defending the spirit? War. I know what I'm needed. But okay, I'm gonna pretend like they've only had 4 people since starting now. And now we'll have a chance, and this is our comeback. And we're gonna get our first dub. We haven't had any dubs tonight. And it's only because this game has been crashing, and internet has been crashing. Otherwise, we would have had a dub. Oh, we'll get it. This is it. This is it. I sense it.
Friends rally together to be rid of the fake Mr. Bear.
Okay, I sense it. I'm gonna go defend my bear. My big bear friend. Where's our bear? Oh, shite. I don't know where our bear is. Is it down here? Oh my God, I don't know where my bear is. Oh God, no one told me where my bear is. Oh, she's down there. Okay, hold on. I'm getting there. Hold on, chill. Alright, there she is. Oh, that's a bad guy!
Mr. Bear was in danger.
No! Please, I'm so scared.
Mimi.
No! Yes! Oh, I got him on the shoulder. Okay, I have 160 health, and that's all I need. I don't need any more health. This is all I need. Oh my God. Holy shit. You're welcome, bear.
2 minutes of playtime remain.
Is my shield gone? Oh my God, I don't have a shield? Yo, I'm punched. That's fine. I don't need a shield. Shields are for babies.
5 minis, friend.
Oh, I didn't reload.
Loading magazine.
I'm so scared. No, temporal. Same. I'm so bad at this video game, but I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys, I'm so fucking scared right now.
Reloading.
I'm so fucking scared right now. Holy, hey.
Loading magazine. Minis were attacking Mr. Bear.
Yeah, well, they can keep trying, because they're not gonna get him.
1 minute remains.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I feel like I'm doing so well right now, which means I'm gonna fumble. She's fumbling. Ah! Oh my God! If only I had good, what's this called? DPI? Oh, give me one slutty good DPI and I'll get it. Don't worry. I don't know where I spawned. Hold on. Oh my God! Look at our team! This is the first time a bear has gotten to no health. Oh my God. I would like to think that I helped. I would like to think that I helped. Holy! Oh my God, that's the first time that we've seen a bear go to no health. That was awesome. Look at the points. Oh my God! god! Oh my god! Oh, we so deserve this. We deserve... Oh my god, I hope they all just quit. We deserve this dub. No! Okay, that's fine. We didn't name it anyway. Oh my god, no, we needed him. We needed him. Oh, I'm so mad right now. Oh, fuck you, guest 024169, whatever your name was. Oh, fuck you and your family and your cow and your ancestors and whatever they say in Mulan. Just, oh man. Oh, I'm so mad. So, okay, protect. Downstairs. How do I get downstairs? Okay, we're downstairs. I'm gonna protect that bear like it's nobody's bareness. What? This is so not a good spot, sweetheart. Oh my god, please tell me there's no team killing on this bear. Oh my god, look at our offense. Offense! Offense! They did so much damage though, look at them. Guys, I'm so scared. They're right here. They're here. Oh, fuck you! Alright, so that's not a good spot to be. That's what I'm learning. Okay. I knew that was a bad spot to be, but I had to test it out. I've never been at that spot before.
Mr. Bear was in danger. Mr. Bear was under attack.
I know he's under attack. Alright? I'm doing my best. There's only so much I can do! Okay. We're here. We're here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Meanies were hurting Mr. Bear.
Alright, I'm here. I now know that that's a bad spot to be, and I'm right here now. This damn bear wants to die. It's me. I'm the bear. How do you know? How did you even know I was there?
Danger.
He's turning the bear. Reload. No! Where was the other guy?
Mr.
Fudge.
Bear was starting to hurt.
That was just bad timing because I got flashbanged. Man, having a smoke bomb bear is like the worst bear you can have for this class.
1 minute
I'm not
remains.
gonna lie. Guys, my defense is
Mr.
really
Bear
bad.
was being attacked.
Guys, my defense is really bad. Guys, help.
Meanies were
Oh my god. Holy shit, I finally killed somebody. Oh, we're behind you!
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Oh my god, okay. Am I reloaded? Okay, I reloaded. Holy shite. Okay. I'm back.
Only
I'm back,
30
baby.
seconds remain.
I'm back, baby.
Reload!
Behind us! We'll be fine. Look at them. Look at our team. Look at our team go. This is the comeback. The comeback of the century. Hi, Diva! Diva, you are so hot. Oh my god, Diva, I hope you're doing so good, sweet angel.
5 seconds remain.
Oh my god, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning.
Mr.
I think we won.
Mr. Bear had lost half his
No way!
meanies were
Who needs that fifth player? Oh my god. I'm stressing the fuck out. I'm stressing out. 14k points. Chill. Chill. Oh my god. I have 2300, but you know what? I'm doing my best, and that's what matters. I'm defending, and that's what matters. Temporal, I would say yes if this wasn't our LG. Because we did have one, and they quit. Because they're a little bitch. For record, it was just a random. It wasn't any of us. But next time, yeah, we do.
Thanks to @ComedyPod for my
Thank
sub
you
gift.
for to continue your gifted sub from Gay Cop. Dad, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Monday/Tuesday. It's almost Tuesday for me, folks. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Also, don't forget, if you guys are looking for the sub badge, for the Twitch sub badge, if you gift a sub, oh my god, more, what are you doing? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. If you gift a sub or sub yourself, you get a Twitch sub badge of the character I'm playing right now. Oh, hold on. How did you kill me in one hit? Oh, there's no kill cam, so I forgot. Do you need a 6? Yes.
We're hurting Mr.
No way, Diva. Diva, how are you enjoying it so far? I totally forgot that you were. Oh, I hope you're having the best time playing, Diva.
Mr. Bear was in danger.
Mr. Bear is in danger.
Mr. Bear was under attack.
Stop it. Oh, I was gonna be so mad if you lived.
Meanies were attacking Mr. Bear.
Alright. Oh, get his ass,
Loading
War.
magazine.
Get his ass, War. Get his ass. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go over here. Because I feel like a lot more people come from this side. And I want to protect my bear from here. Oh, okay. That's not what I wanted, but it's fine. See? See? No way! Tie-Dye, I'm so proud of you. What the fudgies? I hope you're very proud of yourself, because you should be so proud of yourself. Oh my god, I need DPI. I just don't know how to change my DPI, guys. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, I'm so about to die. We're so close to like
1 minute
winning and losing because I think this is overtime. This is the match point. So we need to win this round. 1600 to CPI. I feel like 800 would be really good on this game mode or on this game. I'm playing on either 4600 or 4800 right now. I'm so sorry. 3600 or 4800. I'm playing on one of those right now. And it makes my aiming absolute butt cheeks. I'm so scared.
Only 30 seconds remain.
We just need 800 damage on their bear and we'll be good. 800 damage on their bear and we're Gucci's Gucci. And the thing is, I don't know why I'm defending. I feel like I need to be on offense because they know they're about to win. And so they're just all playing defense right now. But I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave, you know? Because they're in a really good position. That they're all in like just a defense state right now. Because why should they push? When they're winning, you know? Fuck. Oh, we were so close. They had a really good idea. I wrote a piece on Substack and posted it. What's Substack? What is that? Is that like a fan art thing? Or not fan art. What is that? First time right in 15 years! I'm so proud of you. No, GG's. That was such a good game. We did so well. If that one random didn't leave, we would have had that. I was just stuck with 1600. I've always been like a super fast DPI. I've always been like really high DPI. My friend that's done 5 playthroughs accidentally killed Glenn. I think it is. Glenn? Who's Glenn? I found things that he hadn't seen. Really? Diva, when I first played when I first played Baldur's Gate, I had the same thing where people are telling me, I've never seen this before, but they've already had like millions of playthroughs done. So it's really funny. It's like with Baldur's Gate, there's always something new to find. It's insane. I'm so pissed. Oh, Gale! Oh no, you're so good. Oh yeah, a lot of people kill Gale. I feel like Gale and Lae'zel are like the most common like accidentally killed. But everyone can be killed, even your character. Oh, Diva, really? That's very funny. Are you guys kidding me? Think you guys are the games. Oh, we had that game. We had that. I wanted to leave and help on offense, but I was so scared that if I left and help and went on offense, that someone would come and kill our bear. We did so well though. I feel like we did really well. Especially with me who didn't know what I was doing until like 5 games in. Megan, you put your loving hand on mama. For sure, that was so much fun. Are you kidding me? It's so much fun, guys! Oh my, Diva, I was scared too. I think when I first did my first playthrough, I had to have someone tell me that like it's safe to interact with the portal because I thought it was unsafe. Really? Oh my god, Diva, I love this all for you. You did very well. Thank you! I think I did so well too. I definitely took a little bit to learn. But now I want to play more. Maybe we'll do some more Rainbow Six before the end of this drop session. Any Gwitty Gooses, anybody? We are gonna raid out. We had a really fun stream today. We did our 2-hour sponsored segment with Gunner Optics, and then we did how many hours? What, 2.5, 3 hours of Rainbow Six Siege? Not too shabby, right? Not too shabby. My mortal lives are just fine. Congratulations, Lance Bones, who is also doing Baldur's Gate right now. Spades is playing Baldur's Gate. Lance Bones playing Baldur's Gate. Roots is playing Baldur's Gate. Divatopia is playing Baldur's Gate. Let's find someone to raid. We do have someone online that is playing Baldur's Gate right now. We have someone that's doing Baldur's Gate and someone that's doing... Well, actually, how long have you been streaming? So you usually don't stream this late, do you? Oh my god, they have the dog cam too, and it's almost the exact same dog cam that Boo is. Really? I've never played Dispatch, but one of my mods, Kyle, did gift it to me. Oh, you just started streaming 10 minutes ago? Oh, God. Guys, we're going to raid someone who's playing Baldur's Gate. I actually met Kristen via the Baldur's Gate community, and they're actually amazing. They are so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Plays a lot of Baldur's Gate, and is just one of the most sweetest beings that's ever been. But we're going to raid Kristen Scott. Kristen Scott is so awesome. But yeah, I met them through the Baldur's Gate community, and they're playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. So I think it is just fitting that we raid them. What do you guys think? Again, no, are you kidding me, Diva? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys, everyone, from the bottom of my butt for being here. Bottom of my butt, because bigger than my heart. Thank you so much for all the resubs, the subbies, the gifted subs, the biddies, the titties, the lurkies, the turkeys. Boo, thank you very much. You're so cute. I can't wait to go walk you. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go work out. And then maybe hang out with some homies on Discord. I don't know. Depends on my mood. Are you kidding me? Diva, no you. And also, thank you guys so much for playing with me. Shabby, English, War, Bravo Penguin. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. You guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I'm not sure what we're going to do. We'll see. But I hope you guys have the best day ever. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Bye-bye. I know, isn't he so cute? He makes me sick. You're so cute. I love you.